So, a very good morning to all the participants. Uh, Today, we are having with us Professor P.M.B. Subbarao, sir from IIT Delhi. So, he will actually uh, enlighten us, will be enlightening us with the topic, the development of a sustainable energy self-sufficient village using waste biomass. So, sir, a very good morning, and I welcome you
Good
on our
morning,
five
Professor
days
Madhav.
webinar. Yes, sir. So, in a short while from now, our participants will be joining, and you are requested, if you are willing, you can start from now onwards, sir.
Can you see my slides?
No, sir. Oh, yes, sir. Visible.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So I'll close my video for a better bandwidth. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I would like to share some of my experience, which we are working on to develop energy models and use the local resources, develop appropriate technologies, and then make a self-sufficient village or so. Uh, there are three dimensions of this particular work, and let me go into the details. Okay, the first and foremost, very important to understand that after this COVID and everything, it is very important to know that every small settlement it should be self-reliant for vital needs. If you depend a lot on external support, the pandemics like COVID will create a massive destruction and influence everything. All those small villages which are self-sufficient with respect to food supplies, etc., they were happy. You import less and then you are importing less problems also, not only facilities. So that's how an integrated technological solution for all vital needs can come if you plan a rural area around the biomass for all reasons also. And the second important point which I want to stress now, whenever I am saying make in India, it is means making at your location also. It's not like somewhere else in big cities. So every village now should make its own and decrease the dependency to the great extent. 20 years of research, teaching, consultancy to industry on various aspects of energy attracted me towards this important point by Mahatma Gandhi, the concept of Gram Swaraj. Mahatma Gandhi expected that the independent India will follow a development perspective or a paradigm which is called Gram Swaraj. And he elaborated the concept of Gram Swaraj in a detailed way. And you imagine that the fundamental concept is every village should be its own republic. What is the meaning of republic? It should be independent of its neighbors for a vital requirements. That doesn't mean that isolation, etc. No, for some requirements, no, you need to depend upon others. But the most important requirements, for the most requirements, you can't depend upon. All of you see, we are proud to be Indians at this point of time because we could create a self sufficiency in the vaccine preparation. If we were to depend upon a vaccine importing, the situation should have been very dangerous. So all of you imagine that that is applicable for every smallest small location level. It should not be a nation alone, state alone, your city alone. Every small settlement of population, no, they should develop the self-sufficiency. In fact, Mahatma Gandhi reiterated that each village should be basically self-reliant, making provisions for all necessity of the life like food, clothing, clean water, sanitation, housing, education. And at present, no, because of the development paradigm, even for the food generation, they are dependent upon electricity, water, and the fertilizers, and created a nonsense in the quality of the food. And you imagine all those things are going in a wrong perspective. And another important point, the to achieve a self-reliancy in any one of these or all or any combination, first you need to achieve the self-efficiency, self-reliance in the energy sector. Unless you have a sufficient energy resources, you cannot develop at all. And the best means of achieving energy self-sufficiency, though there are several renewable energy systems available, but the most important and the most versatile, in fact, no, the only one resource where a participative development is possible is biomass. If there is a wind, you can use the wind, but you cannot help in producing more wind. If there is a water, yes, you can use the hydro. You cannot make more water. If there is a solar radiation good level, you can use, but you can't create a more radiation or so. But in the case of a biomass, no, the humans can participate and produce more resources by doing appropriate cultivation and forest development, social forest development, or following the energy crop production, etc. All those things. So that's where no, you can self-sufficiency of energy is an appropriate model for a rural development because the rural sector is already pioneers in agriculture. Those who can produce the food, they can produce equivalent amount of biomass for energy. In fact, no, not connecting this particular one is leading to a big problem. All of you imagine massive production of biomass, and we have a huge amount of sufficiency of paddy or wheat or so. But no plant in the world will produce directly paddy or directly wheat. There are stems, there are leaves, there are lot many things coming. But misunderstanding them as a waste, creating a nuisance to the entire globe. All this is because we were not following the self-sufficiency model. Every agriculture product is a source of energy, in fact. And if you are declaring as a waste means it is our intellectual inability that we are not using. The waste is a weakness of the intellect. It is not at all any other product or so. So that's where the perfect ecological and sustainable village can have this. All of you imagine, if we have villages, all the energy is through biomass. Means you produce the biomass in this year, all that biomass will be utilized for various energy needs, and that CO2 will be captured in next year when we are producing again the biomass. Means the whatever CO2 produced because of whatever kind of utilization or enjoyment you can say is just sequestered in next year. So you are completely or perfectly keeping the CO2 in cycle. When the CO2 is completely in the cycle without accumulation, you will have such a beautiful ecological development. Most of the ecologists know they are reviewing. They think that they misunderstood the biology. In fact, no, biology was inappropriately defined. Strictly speaking, the entire biology is part of thermodynamics. You imagine how the bio products are developed using a solar energy, how the life is created using a solar energy. Whenever there is an energy utilization how can it be outside the perspective of thermodynamics? Whenever you do use a non-holistic principles of development, those will lead to the problems which we are looking at. That's how the whole world is looking at second law analysis of this biodiversity and biosphere. All of you imagine, if I take as a thermodynamic a specialist, if I take the tree as my control volume or a system and draw an imaginary boundary. And what all crossing this one? Lot of CO2, lot of H2O from ground or atmosphere, huge amount of solar radiation. Now imagine, because of the solar radiation, the H2O and the CO2 is getting an order. There is no order in the CO2. There is no utilization, no usability directly. But the moment it enters into a control mass called a plant or a tree, you will get a beautiful ordered biomass. So the CO2 is a disorder, and the leaves, fruits, yeah, any stems, branches, all are ordered CO2. Now, all of you imagine that if there is no plant in this particular boundary, inside this boundary, all the radiation will fall on the earth. It will heat up the earth, and there is an entropy generation, that's all. Just because there is a plant, whatever solar energy intercepted by the plant, whatever solar energy used by the plant to create stems, leaves, fruits, flowers, all that one created a order from disorder. The moment you create some amount of order, no, the rate of increase of entropy will decrease. Now, in order to create a more and more decrease in the entropy, all these resources should be continuously put into use. That's where these particular ones have created massive biodiversity. There is a Upanishad called Taittiriya Upanishad, if you know. The Taittiriya Upanishad says every life is a form of solar energy. It is processable or a cat or a dog or a rat or an apple, banana. Once upon a time, solar energy. If the tree doesn't intercept or autotrophs do not intercept, then automatically that would have created an entropy generation or so. And this entire biodiversity is in the hands of humans because we took the contract of the entire globe, we dominated. If we don't understand responsibly and holistically, we create problem to the ecology and to ourselves at the end. That's what we are witnessing. Inappropriate, highly business-centered Western technologies. Technology should be to make independence. That's what the Mahatma Gandhi says. If you fear to do anything on your own, no, you are not independent. So the business created a lot of dependence because few countries, few people wanted to become unreasonably rich. I don't know for what reason. This is where the powerful ecologists realized this problem. The 21st century is looking at the biology in a way differently, biosphere in a different way. So you see, this particular statement for a biosphere, it is called a thermodynamics of biosphere. All of you focus on this particular one. Unfortunately, such a fundamental truth was made as a hypothesis or a theorem or a law in 2005. Why? 21st century fetched a lot many comforts, many more problems together. So which will make, problems will make a person wiser. That's why. You see, matter cycles in the region of energy flow. All of you imagine why the CO2 H2 is becoming banana or apple, because there is a flow of solar energy into the control volume. If there is no flow of solar energy, that's how very early in the school we were asked to do an experiment. Keep the plant inside a dark room. There is no growth. You are supplying the CO2. You can give the H2O. Nothing will happen. But energy flow is responsible for recycling of a matter. When you use, there will be disorder created. When you give input, there will be order created. And such a cycle is visible in the natural complex structures. And suddenly, you can create a life. So CO2 has no life, H2O has no life. Even the solar energy has no life. The moment it enters into the control volume called a plant, and there is a life, the life growing, and people will wonder about same CO2, same H2O, same solar energy. Inside the control volume, if there is a banana plant, you will get bananas. You will an apple tree, you will get apples. Dozen bananas 20 rupees, dozen apples 150 or 200 rupees. Now imagine this. It is in the hands of the human. How do you convert all the systems in a better way? Because everything is an effort. Again, finally, somebody asked why the biosphere is creating so many complex species. All of you see, the occur as a limited material sources which are limited, scramble to provide a vehicle for entropy export. All of you imagine, if there are no plant, if apples are not generated, all that solar energy would have heated up the land and created the entropy. Means every apple has stopped the generation of entropy. That's why these philosophers think that every biomass species, no, and a vehicle for entropy transport. Otherwise, entropy would have been generated, and energy is there but not useful because you can't destruct the energy. In order to explain this particular complex statement, no, I made a small cartoon kind of thing. So, what biosphere is doing can be compared with a volleyball. As long as ball is in the air, game is on. The moment ball hits the ground, game is over. The hitting the ball is entropy generation due to the solar energy hitting the ground. If the number of entropy vehicles are so many that we play, means we humans should have used all kinds of energy appliances. Even then, there are entropy vehicles who are tired of playing, but ball is in the air. That should have been more sustainable way of living. What does it mean? As and when there is a more energy, we were supposed to convert more land into green forest. That is the sustainable way of living. If you are producing more CO2 by taking more fossils, an intelligent and safe and eco-friendly way is you need to convert more raw land into a green forest. But the development was so ridiculous that, and more CO2 production and more deforestation. All this led to the dependence on some other country. International wars in the name of getting a hold on the fossils, etc. At the end of the day, loss of independence. The Mahatma's perspective of independence comes only through self-sufficiency. That's where we started thinking. Now I am see this Morovis law aligning with Mahatma's concept of Gram Swaraj. The moment I see, no, every plant, every tree, not only the tree, the roots, the stem, branch, sub-branch, leaf, flowers, yeah, fruits, everything, no, now it should look like it's an entropy vehicle. If this had not taken the birth, there would have been entropy generation because that much solar energy would have hit the ground, heated up, only entropy generation. What is happening on Mars, Saturn, etc., where there is no such intermediate system available to convert entropy vehicles. Now all of you imagine, if we had realized that one, if I am cultivating a wheat or a paddy, as a part of this one, there are stems, there are straws, there is a husk. Now everything is an entropy vehicle. If we had realized, no, we wouldn't ever throw them, we wouldn't ever openly burn them and create a nuisance to ourselves. This is what is called a holistic education. And if you do such a holistic learning, and the 21st century requires this kind of thing. As a part of that, IC Bangalore has developed a new map of India. This is called Biomass Map of India. You can search on the Google. IC developed a package. If you download this package and put your coordinates of your village, automatically you will get the bioenergy potential. Of course, it will not say exactly what kind of biomass and what kind of energy possible, what kind of fuel possible, what kind of processing I need to do. All those things, you need to do further processing. First, you select a small village and see the biomass potential. That's what exactly we started when we put our ideas together. Means thermodynamics of biosphere and a good quality of biosphere and how this biosphere will help in following or developing the Mahatma's concept of gram Swaraj. And then there is an IT, information technology, and you need a satellite maps. See, all the cutting edge technology knowledge is useful. I'm not saying going back to past. Every knowledge should lead to the more and more perfection. Now imagine, then out of this, depending on some contacts discussion, we focused a border state UP. Within the UP, okay, and we selected Bhavan Bahadur Nagar because of our contacts. Maybe some students are from there. So it is in the Bulandshahar district in UP. Then we started understanding through the Google Maps and this particular biomass map, and we found. Then finally we visited this particular village. You see the spectrum of village. You have everything mismanaged, like very huge crops, lot of biomass waste, and open flaring whenever they want to, and irresponsibly or so. And you see the kitchen could be as primitive as this, which means that we are not respecting or we are not applying the thermodynamics appropriately. According to me, everybody who is using energy or who is dealing with the energy as a consumer or an inventor or a businessman should learn thermodynamics in a better way. Okay, at IIT Delhi, we have designed a special thermodynamic course for electrical engineers, information technology engineers, and computer science. Okay, that is same principles we should customize for their products. Then they'll develop a better products also. Now this is the one. Let us go through have a glance about this one. It's a big town. In fact, it's not just a village alone. 1 lakh plus population, 18,000 plus households. The total area is 16,000 plus hectares, and a huge livestock population, very important for. And the cropping intensity is 157%, very important. Huge crop production is massive. Then you see major crops, obviously wheat, rice, sugarcane, maize, pulses, potato, etc. Now imagine all of these, none of these crop will come only the food. There is a lot of biomass. Each biomass is an entropy vehicle. Sometimes you use some part for a fodder. That is also a good point. But throwing anything unused or improper use is misunderstanding the thermodynamics, biosphere, disrespect, and you want to enjoy in a wrong way. All attributed to business like profits or so. Major crop residues produced are so much abundant, and some were used, some were not used, just thrown or maybe irresponsibly managed or so. Not only that, there are lot many social forest areas. They have a many trees. All of you know, all these trees produce a good amount of entropy vehicles. And each entropy vehicle means as a leaf, as a stem, as a branch, as a fruit, as a dried fruit, everything is a different kind of entropy vehicle, and each has some quality. If you actually look it as a vehicle of entropy and energy source. So that's how we considered various factors for estimating the bioenergy potential in this particular village or town, whatever you say. We considered agricultural residue, crop production, and crop residue ratio surplus factor also. We don't want to take the fodder unnecessarily create a problem. Then animal manure, how much dung cattle manure yield, how the cattle dung is collected, how efficiently it is used now, all those things. Then we want to see what is, in terms of heating value, time of operation, and conversion efficiency if they are burning locally. So based on this particular one, if I look into, you see this one, this particular one has lot many. There are many wild trees and their residues, and then horticulture waste. There are animal waste and agriculture waste also. There is a diversity in the biomass. Each species has some quality. Now, if I look into as a source of energy, one of the well established is some parts will be fetched, burned, and even the development of a nice stove is still under development. I don't know why. If we can go to the mass, why can't we develop a very good quality stove? And why should we give the fossil fuel systems to the village, make them again depend upon the town? That is not a sustainable growth at all. Now you can see this particular one. You can use many of the dry biomass, which has a very little water content, highly cellulose. You can use a thermochemical gasification. You can run an IC engine, or you can use in many hotels, etc. also. And you can, this IC engine can be used for rural electrification or some mechanical energy for variety of the agricultural equipment running also. The other part is, suppose if the biomass has a good amount of biodegradable qualities, then now you can use anaerobic digestion, and then again you can develop a lot many fuels. The moment I go to the anaerobic digestion, there is a win-win situation. The outcome of this particular one, spent slurry, this is called a spent slurry, is a good organic manure. Means you are getting some energy, nutrients for agriculture also. It is a perfect recycling. So wherever possible you can. Sometimes you can have a special species which are oil seeds. Then you can use the biodiesel, and again this will produce some more residue, which is a de-oiled cake. I am saying de-oiled cake, DOC. This de-oiled cake can be converted into to biogas, and again the spent slurry will be a very good organic manure. So in Fasilka, we developed a 1 megawatt electricity power generation plant using rice straw through anaerobic digestion. But we need the support of some cattle manure, of course, because rice straw doesn't have the native microbes to digest continuously and stably. So because there are so many technologies, so many resources, at IIT Delhi we are developing the technology for each and every aspect. And we have a 7 acres compounded area called micro model, where there are several laboratories, several model farming, etc. We do some kind of crops for a better production, organic cultivation, and not this itself is a isolated village for us. If I can electrify that particular one, no, it is almost like testing a model village and self-sufficiency also. So let us, once you know the each resource, what is the suitable technology to convert, what kind of fuel possible, and what kind of calorific value, you can always develop a mathematical model. That's what we did. We used the energy density model from the IIT Bangalore software. We visited the area, spent few days, understood the diversity of the biomass, and we understood how much is for biomethanization, how much is for the biodiesel, how much is available for thermochemical, etc., and direct combustion also. So once we develop this mathematical model, you will understand. Now imagine this particular one. The surplus residues for tons per year, out of which how much methane potential, all biomass may not be fit for biomethanation, and how much has a thermal energy through thermochemical gasification and combustion, and how much electricity is possible in terms of kilowatt hours. This is based on all the extra residue, taking care of the animal fodder requirements, etc. Now, this much resource, I can always plan 6 hours days per operation electricity or 12 hours per day if required. Suppose if there is a rural industry, you can plan a 24 hours per day industry, then you can have something like 3.8 megawatts electricity can be produced with a 24 hours per day operation. If you want intermittent and more capacity, or you can have a via media, some capacity 24 hours, some capacity only with 12 hours, etc. It means that huge amount of biomass potential is available. Now we estimated the demand, and you see there is a surplus. In fact, means if we actually adapt that village and started developing, they can have a more and more rural industries and need not worry about the power failure, power shedding, need not depend upon anything at all. So many resources now there are technologies available, and there are few biomass waste for which no technology available at all. So what did we do is whatever is fresh, we try to develop the technology, test it, run the engine, generate the electricity, supply that electricity to local lab in IIT Delhi. So that we can take up these results and model. Finally, our next attempt is to adapt a village and completely make it self-sufficient. So that is only the field testing is left. Because there are so many things, okay, I'll talk about, because 1 hour, I'll talk about one particular fuel and technology for time being. And the first time these particular things are tried. So the most interesting thing are there are so many seeds and most of them are weeds. In fact, no, when we visited that village and came back IIT Delhi, many of you may be knowing, across IIT Delhi there is a big social forest on one side, maybe JNU, opposite to the JNU, and the side of IIT Delhi, it is called a Sanjay Ban. This particular social forest once upon a time used to have massive diversity of trees. But however, all these seeds, no, the trees, which are basically weeds, they spread so much that at present, no, this entire Sanjay one is only having the trees of this. All other trees got killed because you know the impact of weeds. Actually, no, this is where the responsibility of the humans come into picture. And what is the responsibility? As a human, you need to clear these weeds and convert them to energy and use them and stop the carbon footprint. That is the responsibility. I'm not saying that is a cakewalk. But when you can aim to go to the mass, why can't we aim to do the same level of cutting edge technology also? So we collected all these seeds. And initially I was thinking of getting few bags from the that village. But luckily when I visited this one, no, we could get more than 2 bags in 5 days from just across the road. We employed a few people. They collected 50, 60 kgs and gave it to us. Now all of you imagine, first time we changed the syllabus to undergraduates. All of us have some kind of energy laboratory. We have the bomb calorimeter to test the calorific value. Every time, why should we test that particular benzene, blah, 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 blah. Now first time, we, even today, of course, because of the COVID, labs are closed. You imagine, first time we have created and our own students will test. In the bomb calorimeter, we don't test anything other. We test these waste biomass. I hate the word waste. Okay, it is our incapability. We are responsible for creating that word. See the seed. All of you imagine this calorific value no way less than the nowadays coal available in India. Indian coals are very bad, huge ash content, very little volatile matter. These are almost competitors to that coal. All these things are seeds. Seeds means the best part of the plant, easily digestible, highly biodegradable. Now, the moment you have this much information, means none of these are having negligible amount of energy per kilogram. Now, next step, you need to collect the information. This particular Buswells, he was a professor of Florida University, environmentalist, when he was proposing the wastewater treatment and biogas production, no, everybody criticized them. How much, what is the potential of wastewater? Why do you want to unnecessarily produce a biogas, etc.? All those things. Then, no, he developed a equation for potential of any biodegradable thing, including what is there in a wastewater. Okay, so leaving that one, in 1952 he developed a model. If we can develop a kind of chemical formula for any biomass, this is called equivalent chemical formula, all of you know. If you do ultimate analysis, using ultimate analysis, you can develop this particular one and use appropriate water, then you know the potential. Why kilomoles of methane is possible. If you use X kilomoles of H2O, then you can balance everything. And using this now, you can see how many meter cube of biogas per kg of each one is possible to calculate. In fact, when you do, that's what we did. We did approximate analysis of all these seeds. I'm giving a selected one. We did an ultimate analysis of all these seeds. So far now, we only teach coal. Why coal only? Appropriate. Every engineering college should take all those biomass waste around. Those should be used in the lab. The student should develop a chemical formula for the local resources. Then no, engineering college becomes useful for its own settlement. Why should there be only international knowledge and not useful to locals? Eventually, college may get closed when the international business market is so weak. Nevertheless, finally we developed a chemical formula for all those species. I'm giving the top 5, okay, and just because of the time or so. The moment I use the chemical formula and Buswell equation, I'll get a theoretical potential of the biogas. Again, I am saying this is a theory. There is no guarantee that this will happen, because writing a chemical equation doesn't mean that it will happen. There are many more things to do. But first step is to create a potential. And that's where you imagine the most powerful thing, knowledge, is very important through modeling. Why the mathematics, modeling, simulation is so important? Then you will understand the real power of engineering, real potential. You can convince the investor or some R&D institution or a ministry to fund your project. All of you imagine 1 kg of, if I have a 1 ton of cattle manure on an average, okay, 31 meter cube of biogas is possible with a 50-50, nearly 50% methane, 50% CO2. 1 ton of cattle manure. And the whole biogas technology want to make just based on the cattle manure, the biogas technology, everything successful. How ridiculous. When you have so many resources are available and you are neglecting. All of you imagine this particular one. There are resources, whatever resources which I have considered now, 2400% means 1 ton of these seeds can produce 24 times biogas when compared to the cattle manure. All the research of 25 years now, mostly cattle manure. We try to invest a lot, we try to push the cases, but that is not the thing. Cattle manure somehow gave a success, and getting a success with this biomass is requires a lot more research, development or so, but one should attempt. So because we could establish a theoretical potential, 24 times more biogas potential when compared to the equivalent cattle manure. Now it is time to go into technology. Now let me go back in time. Okay, all of us know, I don't know how many of you know the importance of this great Boyle in biogas. Do you know? The Boyle was the first person who constructed an anaerobic digester and then produced the biogas and experimented with this. So he is known for 17th century natural philosopher. He learns philosophy from the nature. He is a chemist. He is a physicist. He is an inventor. Also noted for his writing in theology, including the spirituality. He integrated. See the modern engineering education, there is a mechanical engineering, there is chemical engineering, there is civil. Afterwards, again, interdisciplinary programs, multidisciplinary programs. It was not there. In ancient India, there was a temple. There is a priest or somebody in the temple. He used to teach. He knows everything. He was a doctor. He was an engineer. He was a spiritual leader, obviously. He knows everything. It was a holistic education. And we follow the Western and try to create and then now merge it. So everything goes into the wastage. This great person, known to be the first and foremost, who actually published a research paper by developing a test rig and then doing an experiment and discussing about his test rig and plotting the results. Before that, now all was only philosophical description of knowledge or so. And such a great person, somehow scientific interest in manufacturing of gas produced by a natural decomposition of organic matter. But that time, no, the boiler took the natural organic matter, only the cattle manure or some kind of excreta. Why only excreta was tried by boiler, which was obvious. Okay, most of you may be knowing biomass and biogas, but just to build a right method, I am trying to explain why the cattle manure became the most attractive feed material, and more than 50 years it didn't took the attention from other. Nowadays people are trying in other feed materials. Okay, this is the one. In general, cattle manure contains only 20% solids, 80% water. Out of these 20% solids, no, only 80% solids are volatile matter, and remaining 20% will be some kind of silica sand, because while collecting there could be a lot of mud coming into. Now imagine if I have a 1 ton of cattle manure, only 160 kgs will be the biodegradable solids. Even then, this was the attractive resource. Why it is? Because of this reason. These volatile solids are biologically degradable, but to do this particular one, you need biological degradation requires help of parasitic microbes. Means these microbes are highly parasitic. They only depend upon food available and food created by somebody else. They don't work hard at all. Ready-made food is required for them, almost like us. Give an online order and eat. No more responsibility. The cattle manure contains inherent parasitic microbes. You don't have to borrow, develop from anywhere. It is all in one. The cattle dung contains a lot of water. Of course, you need more water for the process to be perfect. There is an inherent volatile matter, and there are inherent parasitic microbes. It is all in one. So when it is a cattle manure, what you need to do is you need to develop a closed environment where the oxygen flow is controlled, so that there will be anaerobic and sufficient amount of methane will remain at the end of conversion. So these microbes grow in population by consuming the energy available in the volatile solids. The moment manure comes out, now there is no biological action by the animal. Almost these microbes will become powerful. They'll try to eat away the energy from the volatiles. They grow in population. In that process, okay, there is a gas generated. That gas, if you control the oxygen level, can have methane. Better the control, more methane. At the same time, you can't have 100% methane. That will violate the second law directly or indirectly. Just for the sake of everybody I am giving, most of you may be knowing. These parasites, parasitic microbes, they're not a simple one. There is a big a big diversity in the microbes, etc. Consortium, sorry. A massive consortium of microbes are there. And there are several operations, but most important operations are the moment you have a complex organic volatile matter, With the presence of the water, they are subjected to what is called hydrolysis. To perform the hydrolysis, you need a special uh, bacteria called a hydrolytic bacteria. When this hydrolytic bacteria acts on the complex organic, no, they create the monomers, oligomers. Now these are subjected to next level of microbes, sorry, which are called subjected to a process, biological process called acidogenesis, which is again acted up by acidogens. Then this will create organic acids. These organic acids are subjected to acidogenesis, biological process, biodegradation process, where acetogens act upon and they create finally acetate H2CO2. This is the one step before the finale. When this particular concentration is good enough, the methanogens, which are our friends, create a process called a methanogenesis, and they produce some part of this into methane. The finally your biogas will have CH4 plus CO2. Now, the on an average, if you use a cattle manure, this will be order of 50% or so. Most of the time less. This is order of 50%. This plus some more additives, which I'll show you later. So this is the entire process. All of you imagine, even if you have a volatile matter, if there are no parasitic microbes, this cannot happen. And why the boiler tried the cattle manure in his first experiment? Because cattle manure is all in one. Now that's how now it attracted all those who wanted to do biogas production and also recycle the waste or excreta, better management of excreta, Sulabh Sauchalaya, etc. One of the great projects which did the cleaning and then energy together. But what is important to understand this, some more practical knowledge. Anaerobic digestion is naturally occurring bacterial process that produces methane and carbon dioxide in the cattle manure and decaying organic matter in the absence of oxygen, because you are controlling the environment. It is an artificial environment. You are restricting the supply of air. Whatever air enters along with the feeding, that's all. No more. A digester is an artificial environment which sustains anaerobic digestion by harnessing the natural bacteria present in the feed material, that is cattle manure, for a long time or many cases. So the organic material is digested by the bacteria in a closed reactor vessel. Once you feed it, it is a closed system. Whatever you fed and microbes will create the biogas, and later you can clear the biogas by consuming it. This controlled digestion process is normally accelerated by physical variables like temperature or so, because within these parasites, there are two different classes. One is called a mesophilic bacteria, which are active in the temperature range of 30 to 37, means best suited for subtropical and tropical countries. You don't have to work hard. All those countries which are not subtropical, now they have to heat their biogas digester to make the biogas. That's what Europe is doing, and they are doing better than us by burning and heating or circulating a hot water or mixing the hot water. Because anyhow they are burning and creating a temperature, they thought of going to the next level, which is thermophilic range. When you are creating artificial temperature, better go for a higher. That's how the 55 to 65 is called a thermophilic range. But in India, we don't have to do all this heating, etc. Except some part of northern India for a few months. Throughout year, in a southern part, these temperatures are possible on an average. So when I joined IIT Delhi in 1996, already such a plant which was already 20 years old. Okay, this is a KVIC model, and this is best according to me, because locals can be trained to make everything, every part of it. You don't have to import the technology, all those things. This is the biogas digester. For the sake of, again, those who are not there, if you see the top, it's a circular cross section. There is a big well, and over which there is a small drum which is moving up and down depending on the gas quantity or so. This entire circular well now is divided into two halves by building a partition wall. Whatever the fresh material and the water is fed at the bottom of one side, and there will be exit from the bottom of the other side. Means at the end of the day, because it is a constant volume system almost like, except a small margin for the biogas. So whatever you entered has to travel this way and go out. If I control the time of this entire travel of the fresh one, okay, I can make sure that whatever I fed it will be efficiently converted into biogas before it leaves the system. This is also a thermodynamic system. You are controlling the time spent by this one. You need to be very careful about this time spent by the fresh material, which is called a hydraulic retention time. If the hydraulic retention time is well managed, then you will get the maximum conversion of biomass, not 100% ever, and the remaining will be a very good organic manure also. Now, why I'm saying, now our challenge is different. We want to use a biomass which is a non-excreta, like seeds, etc. They don't have the inherent parasitic microbes. This particular entire thing is a very different environment. So what do I need to know? The cattle manure is a 2-in-1 feed material. It has the energy resource, it has the water, and we'll add more water also, and it has the native microbes. So there is nothing very challenging. Of course, you are very irregular, they will get spoiled, of course, but very easy to nurture the biogas digester. But in our case, no inherent parasitic microbes. The microbes never tasted this particular new new feed material at all. Microbes are new to this. It is like small baby, you offer a big sweet, they may get scared because they never saw this particular sweet. They may not accept. This is what is called inhibition. Though it is good food, you develop an inhibition. When I shifted to IIT Kanpur after studying in South India, every food looked very strange. I couldn't accept. It took my own time to taste and then appreciate. This is what is called inhibition, though there is a good quality. Now the question is, a material with a rich population of biological matter should be injected now to make this particular matter to be biodegradable. Now the solution is easy. So what is this one? Cattle manure is a rich source of microbes. So you take the cattle manure, or already there is a biogas digester which has a lot of slurry coming out. A fresh slurry will also have a lot of microbes. You can add that one with the new material and water and try to test it. So theoretically we have made the calculation. Now it is a practical development of technology. So the small amounts of cattle manure can work as what is called inoculum. Here the inoculum means source of microbes. Feed material means source of the energy and water. And these microbes, if they are happy with the new feed material, they can work and then produce the biogas. If not, there will be a failure. Because writing theoretical equation doesn't mean that it will happen. Now what we did, we took the powdered seeds, waters and the inoculum, because we already have a biogas digester which is a 20 years continuously run with the cattle dung. So no problem of inoculum for us. Then we don't know what ratio, etc. Literally we have created 40 different combinations. Because there are 40 different combinations, I can't do big scale. We take a 10-liter bottles, 5-liter bottles, and then test it. So these are all batch production. You fill only once. Suppose if you produce a good quality biogas after a few days, which means whatever left out no is a good inoculum. So I have generated my own inoculum with my own feed material by taking the support of cattle manure. In that case, no, cattle manure is called a primary inoculum. Now, the moment if I successfully develop a conversion, very good quality biogas is produced in this one, or all those proportions which have produced the best amount or a huge amount of biogas and good quality, that is minimum 50% methane or so, all those are a good inoculum. Now, this inoculum can be used in a large scale plant. Everything happens. Unfortunately, we had a big upset. Almost all the 40 combinations found to be failure. Very few produced a good amount, little amount of biogas. Many times, no, methane content was negligibly small. Some of them has a hydrogen leftover, means methogens are not working. Only hydrogen, up to hydrogen formation is happening, or so. So this is the one. Now, what to do? Then again, see, whenever there is a failure, you will learn well. Your knowledge improves only when you fail. I need some more time. Is it possible? I'll just go fast, of course. The microbes present in the cattle dung, inoculum, no, they could not survive in this new environment of new feed material. It is like a small baby you are offering exotic food. The baby may vomit also, though this is an exotic food. Microbes are the smallest babies and they'll have more inhibition. So then now we started studying what affects the microbial growth, how the microbes develop an inhibition, what kind of toxic materials available in the feed material, which will stop the inhibition, etc. All those things were the biggest challenges. Now the question is, this new feed material is strange. Very first time, almost all combinations didn't work at all. Microbes had developed an inhibition. They lost the appetite. Eventually they died. And hence the biomass remained unconverted. Even if there is a partial conversion, quality of the gas was useless. No feasible, even scientifically also. So then we did something that time, around 15 years back story I am telling. And we were feeling guilty. Okay. So before I tell what we did now, I'll give you this particular one. Okay. So now we feel that what we did is very correct. 2016 Nobel Prize was given to a Japanese doctor. His work on called mechanism of autophagy. His lifetime research on mechanism of autophagy. What is this? You know, whenever you are on fast, the entire body will tell the brain ki you decided to fast, I am hungry, help me. When that time the brain orders all the things, there is a lot of junk food. Go ahead and eat your junk. To eat the inherent cholesterol in the body or inherent whatever useless fat, the special kind of enzymes are created and your body fat is done. That's how the fasting helps. Means the fasting is the most scientific way of living healthy way. You imagine? Is there any religion which doesn't preach the fasting? Actually, religion is a scientific way of living healthy. We only use it for fighting each other. Otherwise, if there is no God, we don't follow. In fact, there should be a diversity. I'm very happy that some people are free on Monday. So in the name of Lord Shiva, you fast it and it will happen. Some people may be free on Tuesday in the name of Bajrang Bali or some other Ramjan, some other. But what is important is you need to fast. So the fasting helps in digesting all the nonsense, any nonsense which has the food value, including your own junky cholesterol in the body. Okay. Now I'll explain quickly what we did. So as I said it now, we have a large biogas digester, which was working almost continuously for a 20 years plus. So this used to produce a 20 meter cube per day biogas. Whenever this one, there is this contains an inoculum of 12-meter cube cattle dung inoculum. Now what we did, so I felt cruelty, but when I see this particular 2016 after 10 years of our research, now I am feel happy to proudly tell what we did. So we stopped the feeding. Microbes are starving. So this is like almost like a Ramjan fasting for them. No evening, I don't know what is that called, evening food also. Okay, you see this particular one. 3 months we stopped it. No activity, no biogas production. It was standstill. So when we ensured that it has digested everything, then now we added a little bit of, in this case I am saying the de-oiled cake, one of the resources, and the same way the seed powders, very little, much less than what these microbes are in need. So because they are starving, okay, we added only 2 kg. Actually, it can take 9 kg as per the calculations or so. But we added very little. And first 3 days nothing happened. We thought we are again failure. But the third day, there was a rise in the tank level. And the gas was produced. When we took the sample, it was 50% methane. Quantity was less. Then we continued for 5-6 days. But such a large digester, 2 kg is never technologically and economically viable. We need to go for a full strength. So we had to take second risk. The second risk was 50% of the total capacity, what it can. Then again there was a problem. First 3 days there was a fall again because the concentration increased. Now afterwards there was an increase. It continued. The last 15 years, we stopped using the cattle manure in IIT Delhi for biogas research. We use all kinds of waste biomass appropriately mixed with the water and the inoculum, and we are successful in creating a big library of inoculum for a variety of the feed materials. If you come to IIT Delhi, I'll show you working plants just for a demonstration or more. Now there is a constant gas yield. All of you see this particular one. The entire thing raised like anything. So because everything 20 meter cube is very difficult, I don't have a space. We generally will have a 1 meter cube per day capacity or 300 liter per day capacity. The Syntex gives the complete technology. So you don't have to be working on development, construction, etc. You order today, within a week they'll supply, then you can start doing the research. So very tea seeds, crop residues, whatnot. We are doing several combinations, etc. All of you see this one, 4 different seeds, and within few days they have produced a constant steady diagram, and it is a 55% consistently. And what is the most interesting thing is very important. Okay, on an average, if you want to produce a 1 meter cube of biogas with nearly 50% methane, you need a 25 kg of cattle manure. Now you see this particular one, 1 kg of seeds have produced a 0.4 meter cube. So nearly you can see this particular 15 to 16 times. Theoretically 24%, 100%, but the practical difficulties of efficiency, etc. Maybe a lot more things to be done. The temperature is fluctuating. We don't heat it at all. We believe in the natural way of doing also. Now, perhaps I work in IC engine lab. That is my core research one part. So we procured the diesel engines. We have our own mechanics who can convert a diesel engine into spark ignition mode or a dual fuel mode. Okay, we produced biodiesel and biogas. So we developed the SI engines and CI engines. These are all DG sets available in the market. We convert the engine. We supply the electricity to all the labs as and when there is a fuel. Means to testing the microgrid or so. I'm generating only 5 kilowatts, 6 kilowatt, 10 kilowatts, not more than that. So we could complete that model village testing because our micro model has 7 acres of area. There are scattered labs of 5, 6. So that will produce a small microgrid farming. And with a modern electrical and electronics, no, you can easily get this particular switches, change your switch. There is a switch. You can go to the grid supply, you change over the switch, and you will use your own electricity. And we can feed on to the IIT grid also if we have an excess, which is not possible because we are only testing or so. So that's all now. We took the samples from a village and estimated, and those were converted into, but we didn't go to the village yet because that is a massive project. But all the materials inherently within the lab are converted into biogas. These biogas is used in the engine to generate the electricity fed into. But research has to go more and more. The 21st century sustainable villages require not only electricity, lot many things. Many of you may know that in IT Delhi we found that the biogas has bad friends like Dushta Chetushta, no? Otherwise, Karna was a great person. In the presence of those three, he became a wrong person. The same thing, the methane is the greatest one. It can compete the CNG. Because of CO2, water vapor, and hydrogen, it is not doing well. So we developed, constructed, patented, and given to many goshalas and many companies like Mahindra and Mahindra also. So we have a biogas enrichment plant. We have an compressed biomethane filling center. We are first in the world who ran CNG car, Maruti Wagoner, 1 lakh kilometers on the biomethane. And now the recently Maruti is approaching. They want to take this car and want to give us a new Maruti Wagoner because they want to see, test how this performed. 1 lakh kilometers of running on compressed biomethane, everything renewable, localized also. After running for 25,000 kilometers, we got it tested in the world-class laboratories for the performance, everything, on a road dynamometers. So you see the performance. All of you see this particular one. Enriched biogas is dot, and dashes is CNG, and we subjected to the road conditions, urban driving cycle, etc. You see the carbon monoxide of enriched biogas is much less than the CNG. It is far better than the CNG. So you are producing locally CNG. Every village has enough biomass to do this. You don't have to depend upon importing anything at all. It is a Euro 5, better than the Euro 5 compliance in all respects also. So based on our research, you know that Bureau of Indian Standard developed a IS code for going for a business model for a biomethanization, production, supply, etc. In fact, there are many things like future IGL will buy your methane if you produce right way and correct quality. At present, now we are trying to run a tractor. Initially, we ran the tractor, and escorts will get the entire engine converted. So we want to run in a dual fuel mode. We want to compensate 80% of the diesel with the enriched biomethane, and then see whether biodiesel and biomethane, and then making the actual tractor. And if that is successful, now the village will be self-sufficient, and they need not unnecessarily depend upon so. So you imagine that we need to identify the new surplus and identify the technology for each and everything. Then you need to, only mathematics will not do. You need to, because we are engineers at the end of the day. But blindly doing only experiment is also not correct. Later it is proven that there is no potential. You have developed the technology. That is also not good. And later or sooner, we need to participate in developing a self-sufficient village. We have written a European project. We have selected one village in West Bengal. It is called Sinking Island. I think you may be knowing it is a world popular. We want to electrify that, make them empowerment or like or a self-sufficient village. Two presentations are over. We are hoping to get the thing. But again, I am saying we're all doing research. We should not force the technology to them. We develop the technology, train them, make them independent. You should understand what they want. You develop and test because we took the guarantee that we are intelligent. And modernization doesn't mean that fixing their life with more and more appliances and making them more and more dependent on us. That is ridiculous. These fertilizers have killed their way of living. That is a non-sustainable way of development or so. The Mahatma Gandhi is always right. Okay. So I'll close with this particular one. The most favorite bhajan to Mahatma Gandhi. Actual meaning may be different because it's a Gujarati, but I understand that the true knowledge means to help others. If I can't help the needy, all my knowledge is useless. However rich I may be, I may get thousands of publications, etc., but all are useless at the end of the day. Thank you. I'm sorry for taking more time. Okay. Professor Deb, over to you. Thank you.
Yeah. Sir, thank you for enlightening us. Sir, it's our privilege to get you, that you have been kind enough. So I request all the participants, if you have any doubts or questions, please ask.
So, what is the GCV of the refuse which is coming out of the gobar gas plant? What is the GCV? Approximate analysis, approximately.
Actually, no. We don't measure the GCA of the biogas. We only measure the continuously percentage of methane. We estimate using the methane calorific value always.
No,
We get a better than 55% methane value.
No, I'm talking about the refuse which is coming out of the gobar gas plant.
No.
Reject.
No, that cannot be. That we don't want to burn. We want to use it as a organic manure.
But what is the value of the GCV?
That we don't measure the calorific value of slurry at all, because we want to use that one. You mean to say that dry it and burn it? That's why you are talking about.
Yeah.
No. Actually, no. I'm also what I say, giant professor in a CRDT. I have students who use the mineral value. They always estimate NPS, nitrogen, phosphorus, sulfur, and we try to grow some plants using this one. We always estimate the organic manure value, but we don't burn. I'm against burning them and calorific value. And according to me, that is meant for the land recycling. It should be used as a manure. I said it now, everything is entropic mechanical. What should be burnt, we should know. What should not be burnt, also we should know. You know very well, 150 years of coal burning is proven to be wrong. The whole world is going for a IGCC, integrated gasification combined cycle. So the burning solid should be rarity. And you should know appropriate use of that. That is my way of working. So that is the reason we never dried it at all. We never measure the calorific value. I am right, because see that slurry contains less than 20% solids. Number one. Now I need to filter them. I need to dry them, and then measure, because I'm not interested. That's why I didn't do. I'm sorry. I don't have an answer for that question.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
So any other question? Sir, one question from my side, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, in future, or maybe in today's time, can we think of something that that can be profitable by using the human? Can we think of something that can be profitable by using the human excreta? The human
you see
waste?
The Sulabh is a revolution. NGO has developed so many Sulabh complex. He is running the DG sets using the biogas. Not all Sulabh complex are using this one, but he demonstrated several Sulabh based complex, community toilets, biogas production. In fact,
Okay.
we are doing for one remote village, combining the cattle manure and the excreta, and we are laying the gas pipeline
Yes.
in the entire village. We want to supply the biogas into their kitchens. That is the project. It is actually done by a NGO. We are only doing the engineering for them, and it is CSR funding from what bank? Some bank, I think. Some bank. HDFC. That NGO is doing the
Okay.
Mudia Ned or some village, I think. It is somewhere in the UP MP border. I didn't visit. I am only giving the engineering drawings and all the calculations for them.
Okay. Okay. Sir, can you please highlight on what topic we can apply or think of some projects practical oriented?
No, that's what
I
I'm saying.
mean,
No, every
yeah.
local settlement has lot many resources. In fact, I myself was examiner for several species who developed the biodiesel out of some new species. I never heard of many NITs, many other colleges or so. What is the most important
Okay.
is the way Mahatma Gandhi said, no, you should know about your environment. All you should make a
Yes.
several visits to villages, understand what is that going waste, what is the weed, and what are the various qualities you bring back to the lab, and look at them as an energy resource. Then you can develop the technology. It is a unique and your own and appropriate also. Nobody else required except your own people around. That's how now every engineering college can support 100 villages technologically.
Okay.
We know the
Okay,
gaseous
sir.
fuels, we know
Thank
the
you.
liquid fluids. Now ethanol is
Yes.
going to be super duper hit. I am working with the Indian Sugar Mills Association to introduce some private tech partners who can run 80% ethanol cars, etc. Even the ethanol is going to be another biofuel, etc. And you imagine
Uh,
locally there will be so many resources which are different from sugar cane or a molasses, but that ethanol technology is different. You need to locally develop. And you see the level of integration. You need the people from the biology, chemical engineering, mechanical engineering. And then when you want to get a information technology about the resource estimation, you need to use IT, and all are
yes, sir.
required. Management is obviously required for planning.
Yes, sir. Well, because nowadays the government of India is putting their stress on the waste to energy part. So
Yes,
that's what, sir.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
we
First,
are
now you need
thinking.
to identify. In fact, word waste is wrong. These are the
Yes.
untapped resources, like
Okay, okay, sir.
untapped resources. Fossils spoiled our ability to recognize, isn't it?
Okay.
There
Yeah,
is a
yeah,
saying in our language that अगर parents कमा के दे दिया तो we don't work hard. No, the fossils are like that. It
yes,
is a
yes,
big earnings by the ancestors, and we became lazy.
yes, yes. Exactly, sir.
Sir,
Thank
sir,
you, sir.
what,
Thank you.
sir, what is the percentage of ethanol you have tested till now, and
Uh, uh,
what is the statutory applicable by the government in
no,
petrol or diesel?
sorry, in India, only in the petrol, eat and only allowed in India. Okay, that is only the one which will come into the warranty for the automotive suppliers. If you
How
use more
much?
than E10, your automobile company will not give the guarantee and maintenance, all those contracts.
How much
Now we are
percentage? How much percentage is allowed?
E10. E10 means 10% ethanol in the petrol.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
There is no rule for diesel. So now what we are doing is these sugar mills are supplying the ethanol to all the distribution centers where they mix the ethanol in the petrol. They have a few million tankers which are running with the diesel. I said, what is this nonsense? First, you should demonstrate your own diesel engine. So we are doing a MPFI. We'll inject the ethanol in the manifold and try to compensate at least 60% diesel. And these trucks are demonstration, like that is what I proposed. to the government. So first, let us take the risk as a private owners, and government law will come later. If I am not depending on the maintenance warranty, because sugar mill association, no, they can develop their own technical people, their own maintenance and cleaning and troubleshooting, and demonstrate. You take the chance, like 50% diesel compensated in tech trucks, then you go for a massive production of maize or so and produce ethanol everywhere. And then one should do a research on all those dry lands, what kind of biomass which can have the ethanol potential. There are lot many stems, no? Bajra or I don't know local species. There are sweet sorghum or something. The entire stem is as good as any sugar cane. Um,
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
okay. Thank you all. Thanks for your feedback and have a good day and learn a lot about. I think now all other renewable resources now will exploit. Whereas in biomass now we harvest. We are participating. We are doing our contribution. That is a pride. Just using is not a pride. Develop and use is a pride. That is the moral way of living. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
May I
sir.
leave?
Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Thank thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
So now we are having with us Dr. Sandeep Kumar from IIT Bombay. Sir will speak on the biomass gasification, sustainable source of energy and future fuel. So he has already joined. Please welcome, sir. Sir, a very good evening to you. Sorry, good morning to you. So it's
Yeah,
over to you now, sir. Yeah.
yeah. Good morning, Madhujit, and good morning to everyone. And
Good morning, sir.
thanks for uh, giving an invitation, inviting us, and organizing especially this particular workshop with a focus on bioenergy. So it's nice to have this workshop, and we are privileged to give the sort of lecture to the audience presence. So let me just share my presentation and then I will start. So this is visible.
Yes, sir. Visibility.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let me start. So again, good morning everyone, and I would like to sort of give a presentation on the biomass gasification as a sustainable source of energy in future fuels. So all of you would have gone through some of the lectures today as well as yesterday with a focus on biomass, and also the sustainability is one of the major sort of theme that we think should be the focus for the students and the researchers. So when we come to the bioenergy, so it is just another form of solar energy stored in the chemical bonds. So plant exhibits around 2 to 6% of conversion efficiency from solar radiation to the chemical energy, and typically, calorific value of mass is typically within 14 to 17 megajoule on dry basis. And few biomass, they have a very high content of ash, something like paddy straw and rice husk and all. So there will be a little bit variation, but mostly the calorific value of these organic matter present in the dry biomass, roughly this much is the energy content. And looking into the potential, and this potential is not by growing and cutting the trees for energy, but the sort of potential from the agro residue, the waste biomass from the municipal source, municipal waste, as well as from the agriculture waste. It is as big as 25 gigawatt of energy in India alone. So it's a very good, huge potential. The only issue is the majorly the how to get it in a concentrated form in a given locality. So it is a big amount of energy, but diffused on a very large landscape. So that is the major sort of issues for the researchers as well as for the technology people. Now, Now coming to the sustainability. So sustainability is one of the things we should look into when we are looking into energy, any energy resource for the future. So we have seen sort of almost a century of exploiting, I would say, unmindful exploitation of various resource, which has degraded our environment, our sort of forest, and and also it has put a sort of a danger to the future population with this increasing CO2 level and the greenhouse gas effects on the global warming. So whenever we are looking into when we talk about renewable energy, it has to come with a package of a sustainability as well. So when we look into sustainability, it is about the environment, society, and the economics. But unfortunately, the economics that gets the major sort of focus, society to a level, but environment is often neglected. So now the question comes: how sustainable is the biomass energy? So when we talk about the biomass energy, then our sustainability factor, we have to look into if we are looking for waste to energy and not growing, that is very good. We are actually reducing the CO2 emission, means not exactly reducing CO2 emission, but not adding anything to the system. So why we call it a carbon neutral? So when we say it is a carbon neutral sort of uh, source of energy, we have to look into the overall cycle. So when we look into the cycle, if we say any sort of tree is
Sir, your
grown.
screen got frozen.
Oh, just a minute.
Perfect.
Now it is fine.
So it's not full scale. Means it's having left side. It is showing the slides also.
Okay. So, but I have kept it on the full screen. Now it is not. I'm able. I'm moving to the next slide. It is visible. The next slides.
No, not yet, sir.
Okay. So let me just. Maybe I will. I will share it again. Now the full screen is visible.
Uh,
On
Not
left
yet.
side, fifth slide is visible. Fifth slide, and left side, all slides.
Okay. So but I'm moving then to the next slide. That is visible or not?
No, sir. Actually, your screen got frozen.
Oh, don't know what is the problem. Network is fine here.
Sir, please go out of the full screen, then it will work maybe.
Okay. Okay, is the full screen visible?
No, sir.
Hello. Okay. Earlier it was coming, na?
No, sir. Earlier, the same thing was there.
Okay. Now if
Now,
I,
now it has changed.
Sir, it is working.
it is full screen now.
Yes, yes, sir.
No,
Okay.
it is not the full screen, but the slides are changing.
Okay. So now we were able to see the carbon neutral slide.
Yes, sir. Carbon neutral waste to energy. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I will just go in this mode only. Let's see. Okay. So if we look into this carbon neutrality factor, when we say that the biomass resource is carbon neutral, so when we say this particular forest or trees or any agriculture product, if it is getting burned, it will release CO2 into the atmosphere. But if we utilize it in any form, or if it gets decayed, it will release CO2 anyway into the nature. Okay, so it doesn't matter if your overall biomass, if it is biomass waste, when we look into the agriculture residue or municipal or animal excreta, if left in open, it will anyway release CO2. If not by our burning or energy extraction, it will release that particular CO2 through the microbial action. Animal will eat it or microbes will eat it and release CO2. And in the worst case, they may release methane also. But that's why we call it a carbon neutral source, because we are not actually adding anything sort of into this atmosphere, but just extracting some of the energy from that pathway. So anyway, any biomass will ultimately go into the convert into CO2, but in that process, we are just harnessing some of the energy, and that we term as biomass energy. So when we call waste to energy, that we call it a little bit sustainable, because when we say we will harness the solar energy, we get products, uh, we get some sort of a product, and then if we from the waste, if we get some biorefining or process, then we will now reduce the use of fossil based raw material, and then we get some sort of less waste for the landfill when we convert the biomass waste or something, and that waste also can be used as nutrient or carbon or ash can be returned back to the fields. So there is a sort of a good sort of a, you can say, the chain where we harness the solar energy, convert it into biomass, and we use the sort of a food and rest of the waste. We can sort of exploit it to reduce the waste as well as reduce the use of fossil fuel. So that way, the waste to energy becomes a little bit sustainable or better than any of the other fossil fuel based systems. When we come to the energy plantation, so energy plantation is one of the hot debate throughout the world, and even in the last presentation, as it was discussed by Professor Suvarao from IIT Delhi, that energy plantation, when you convert it into bioethanol or biodiesel or anything, people are sort of arguing whether we are competing with a sort of food or food security, not only of a particular region or a nation, but as the world as a whole. So that is a sort of a different, I would say, discussion, a debate, topic of debate altogether. But as a researcher, when we look into the energy plantation, we look into the specific crops from the sustainability point of view. From the sustainability point of view, we should not look for some crops which are ecologically damaging to that particular area. So like you should not grow sugar canes where you don't have enough availability of natural water resource, or you should not grow eucalyptus trees, something which has been largely grown in Punjab, Haryana region, where the ground level of water is going down. The natural availability of water throughout the year is low. So that becomes unsustainable, even from the renewable energy perspective, that is not suitable. So we should have a specific crop suitable to the local environmental condition and ecological zone. It should be suitable for growth in dry, arid region, or what we called as the wasteland, where we minimize the competition with the food or security or food products which are anyway not grown in the wasteland. Then we prefer which has a high growth rate like bamboo, but again, it should be grown in the region where it is suitable from the soil and the water availability perspective. Then specific variety to meet demand for the conversion of specific fuels like corn or sugarcane for bioethanol and jatropha or similar sort of for biodiesel. So these are some of the things from the energy plantation. But as a researcher, we should also focus that the energy plantation or the cultivation should also be sustainable. It should also keep the environmental sort of impact and environmental factors into consideration when having the choice of the crop. Now, coming to the biomass as a source of energy, this particular slide I always keep in any of my presentations uh, uh, for a very one unique reason. So when I was doing PhD on biomass gasification, so all of my friends and even those who are in the research, like my PhD friends and all, they used to sort of guess that yes, oh, you are working on bioenergy, that means you are working on biogas. So this particular sort of biogas is something which all of us had studied in our school days, and everyone sort of link bioenergy with biomass. But yeah, we need to identify that there are different verticals through which we can harness biomass through different conversion device. So we have three major pathway: biological, thermochemical, and the chemical. So from the biological pathway, we get biogas and the bioethanol. So because we are using the biological bacteria or microbes to convert biomass to suitable fuel. So, and that fuel ultimately gives us energy, or we can use it as a chemical. And then when we look into the thermochemical, this is one of the oldest technology that human civilization has exploited. Why? Because combustion, this is one of the oldest technologies. So the fire was one of the major milestone on the human civilization growth. So the combustion where we directly get the energy, we directly get energy. And then another pathway is the gasification and the pyrolysis. So combustion, gasification, and pyrolysis, where we apply the heat, or we break down the sort of organic material present in the biomass to get energy or the other fuel. So intermediate through gasification, we get the intermediate fuel as producer gas, which is majorly carbon monoxide and hydrogen as a major fuel content, and the pyrolysis where we get the bio oil. So bio oil is also intermediate fuel which we can harness for energy and for any production of any other sort of fuels. And the third one is the chemical, where the one of the known process is the biodiesel. So there are many other sort of things which are in the research phase, but these are some of the prominent technologies where people use biomass through different conversion mechanism, biological, thermochemical, or chemical, to get different sort of products or energy in different form. So every pathway will have its own pros and cons, different level of efficiency, different criterias and all. So, but we will focus on this highlighted one, that is the thermochemical gasification. So this gasification is the topic of our this thing. So, but before moving into that, one of the question comes that what are the different criterias? What are the different criterias where we can, sorry, where we get sort of choice of different what we call the different pathways. So we know that in the typical biomass we have majorly cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin, and then others. Others are also in minor fraction it is present, but cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin, they make the major chunk of the biomass whether it is hardwood, grasses, crop residue, MSW of organic nature, or the softwoods. Okay, so when we come to different sort of technology, we see that biological, they have a very restricted choice of material. Like biomethanation, they are mostly on the cellulosic based, and for bioethanol they are mostly working on the sugar based. But yeah, so research is going on to convert, and we have already some of the technologies which are working on 2G ethanol. So we are getting something which are cellulosic in nature or hemicellulosic in nature. They are also getting converted to sugar based product first, and then fed to the sort of microbes to convert it into ethanol. And same thing for the biomethanation also. Research is going on, and sort of many different microbes and technologies available to convert sort of hemicellulosic thing also into the sort of methane. From the chemical perspective, biodiesel, we need fatty acid to convert it into biodiesel. So we need something or biomass which is rich in fatty acid. Okay, so we can't convert a sort of sugary or cellulosic thing which can convert. But one of the tough guy, that is the lignin. Lignin is one of the tough organic group of organic molecules which make it tough for biological sort of activities. So there are hardly means very few variety of fungus which actually can break down lignin and all. Most of the microbial world is incapable of breaking down the lignin molecules. So, and chemically this is of no use. So one of the important sort of pathway that can take care of lignin is the thermochemical. But because for us it is for thermochemical, what we are looking for, we have carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen in the biomass. Doesn't matter it comes in which way. It is fat, it is protein, it is cellulose, it is lignin, it is hemicellulose. Doesn't matter. We can break down it at high temperature, and then we can get into simple carbohydrates or oxygenated carbohydrates, and we can burn it, we can oxidize it. So the thermochemical conversion method is one of the technologies which is quite flexible in nature. Any biomass with low moisture content is good enough to convert. So that is one of the benefit of the thermochemical conversion, and here we will focus on the gasification technology. So coming to the gasification technology, this is some of the pictures from the Second World War era. Okay, so this technology is not very new. So if we look into the World War II or a little bit of history, just maybe 2 minutes I will take to share the history. It is quite interesting. Uh, the Allied forces, the US and the Allied forces have sort of taken steps to cut down the petroleum supply to the Europe. And when Germany was mostly controlling whole Europe, and Europe as such is not very rich in the fossil means petroleum reserves. So Germany itself had a huge coal reserves, and Europe is good in having the coal reserves, but not the petroleum reserves. So then scientists, Fisher and Tropsch, they came up with some catalytic conversion process where the coal gasification will produce carbon monoxide and hydrogen, and that carbon monoxide and hydrogen was converted catalytic by a catalytic conversion process named after those scientists, Fisher-Tropsch process, to the liquid petroleum-like fuel. So that was the process where higher hydrocarbon chain products can be made from basic molecules, carbon monoxide and hydrogen. So, and coal was used through coal gasification, converting to carbon monoxide and hydrogen. So there was a huge production of that petroleum products similar to petrol or diesel, but the civilian population, it was cut off because the availability was quite limited. The civilian population, it was not allowed to use petrol or diesel. So then some of the researchers came up with the idea, if coal can be gasified, why can't we use the same biomass to gasify it and use it as a fuel. So, but rather than converting it to diesel or petrol, carbon monoxide and hydrogen is a very good fuel to use in the IC engine. And so that is what you are seeing. So there is a small gasifier at the back of the car which will give off the engine and supply the fuel gas, that is mainly carbon monoxide and plus hydrogen. Okay, so uh, uh, carbon monoxide and hydrogen as a fuel to the IC engines. This tractor is having the gasifier at the front, and this two-wheeler, a motorcycle, is also having a small gasifier at the back, which can produce gas and which can be fed to these engines, which can run it. So it can run beautifully on the spark ignition engine with some sort of a tuning, and also can substitute bulk of the diesel when you use in similar to this tractor, which must be a diesel engine. So it can substitute bulk of that. So, or you can convert this diesel engine into spark ignition engine, then also it will work. So this was a thing. And just to give you a fact, a company in the Poland, they had retrofitted these gasifiers into the vehicles for more than a million. So more than a million by one company itself. So that was the sort of popularity. But yeah, as the Second World War ended, supply of petroleum and products were freely available to the civilian population. This gasification system got defunct and got almost obsolete from the market. So later in the 80s, it got into the prominence. And again, we are back to the research, but not for the automobile use, but for the other application like power and thermal application. So now coming technically to know what exactly is the biomass gasification. So biomass gasification is nothing, but it is a conversion of solid fuel to gaseous fuel. So solid fuel to gaseous fuel. So the question comes like why we are converting solid fuel to gaseous fuel. So as we have seen in the previous slide, we can't feed wood to the engines and it will not run. But we can convert it to gaseous fuel and it can run the engine. That engine can be connected to a generator and it can generate electricity. The gas can be used in a conventional clean burner, just like we have these LPG burners. This gas can be used, which will produce heat for cooking or for any thermal application without producing black smoke or carbon monoxide or the harmful gases which we see when we burn a typical wood pieces in our chulhas. Okay, so that is the major sort of thing about the biomass gasification. So technically, gasification is a substoichiometry combustion. That means we are operating it under a rich condition. So rich condition, if we look into this particular graph, if we look into this is the equivalence ratio, and this those people who are from the engine sort of background, and just to tell them that this convention of equivalence ratio is just reciprocal of what we use for the engine conventions. So here 0.2 to 0.4 means we are rich condition, we are operating in rich condition, not the lean. So 0.2 to 0.4 is where we have this gasification. Pyrolysis when we have zero. So pyrolysis when we are operating at zero means in the absence of air. So no air we are providing. And combustion typically near the stoichiometry. So near the stoichiometry we are operating for the combustion. So but when we supply less amount of air, we will, as we know, we will have a sort of a partial combustion. Partial combustion, we will not get CO2, but we will get CO. We will not get H2O, but we will get H2. So that is the major sort of focus, like how we can get hydrogen and carbon monoxide. But yeah, as it seems simple, like partial combustion, it is not the case. So it is not actually just a single step partial combustion process, but okay, maybe I'm getting some sort of message. Okay, maybe I will take it up later also after I finish my presentation. Yeah. So overall, it is a substoichiometric combustion. On a global level, we can say partial oxidation, but that is not so simple. It is a process in which pyrolysis happens oxidation and reduction process they take place. So we have oxidation of char and the pyrolysis product. So pyrolysis is the volatile matter which is released when we heat any wood, and then in turn it sort of oxidizes to H2O and O2, and then it reduces to hydrogen and CO, which is major part of the fuel. So it is a heterogeneous reaction between the char and the gaseous sort of char and the gaseous species of pyrolysis combustion product. Typical output of our process gasification, when we are using air as the gasifying medium, we get around 20% hydrogen and roughly same amount as carbon monoxide and little bit of methane. So methane is not a major carrier, especially when we are looking into the downdraft gasification process. In the updraft gasification, we get more of higher hydrocarbon and this methane, but we will be focusing on the downdraft gasification, which provides us a very clean gas for engine operation and for other fuel conversion process. So yeah. So, from the just a definition and one line note, understanding gasification may not be very easy. So, just have a look how we burn a matchstick. So, when we burn a matchstick, you would be seeing that this particular thing is a flame over a white part, and then we will see some sort of red charcoal sort of thing. And then here we are seeing some woody biomass. So first the question comes, maybe I would like to ask the audience, this particular flame that you see, do you think this is a solid combustion where the wood is burning, solid combustion, or it is a gaseous combustion? Anyone can just answer. Anyone can just unmute and say whether this burning of a matchstick, is it a solid combustion or it is a gaseous combustion?
Solid combustion, guess.
Solid.
Okay, solid combustion. So what will happen if you blow air over it? Will you see the flame moving? I hope so. So you will see the flame will move when you blow air over it. But when you burn sort of a charcoal, so this particular red spot, these red spots in the matchstick, will the this red flame move when you blow the air? It will not. Okay, so we have to look into from that perspective that though the fuel is solid, that is biomass or a wood, but this particular flame is not a solid flame. Okay, so this is not the solid combustion. This is actually a gaseous flame. And what is this burning here? This is the volatiles. This is the volatiles which is burning in this vicinity. So what actually happens is whenever you ignite, so this is in a matchstick, this is what is the chemical which you rub and it produces initial flame. Initial flame, it burns and supplies heat to this part. So when you supply heat to this part, this process with the application, with the application of heat, this biomass gets converted or gets broken down. So bonds will get broken, your higher hydrocarbon will get converted to lower hydrocarbon, you get volatile. And this process, volatile plus char. So volatile plus char, and this is process is what we call as the pyrolysis. So this process is pyrolysis, and then it leaves back the black carbon, and this black carbon is then that getting oxidized here. So this glowing orange reddish glow area, so this is nothing but your charcoal, which is actually a solid fuel. So carbon is getting oxidized with oxygen, and you will not see a sort of a flame over it. You will not see a flame, but a burning hot charcoal as a solid combustion. Okay, so what happens when we have this volatile? So this volatile is hot, and hot gases will try to move up. Okay, so this volatiles is not now moving up, And if this initial flame has given the ignition temperature, this volatiles will start burning. This will start burning in a very similar fashion to a diffusion flame that we see in a candle or any sort of in a diesel engine, the diffusion flame that we see. So this will be the diffusion flame where your oxygen will be trying to diffuse from outside, and you will have a fuel rich regime in the this, and this fuel is nothing but this volatile. So this volatile is the fuel which is burning, and then it will again supply heat. So this will supply heat for the further pyrolysis. So further pyrolysis and more volatile will keep on releasing. So you will come to a situation where whole this much of this has converted to char, and this is getting converted to char. So here the your pyrolysis is taking place. Your pyrolysis is taking place, and this flame is supplying the heat required for the pyrolysis or the thermal decomposition of the biomass. So this is typically what happens. So when you supply enough oxygen, but it is a combination of pyrolysis and the combustion of volatiles to the CO2 and H2O and releasing heat and light energy. So what happens in gasification? After combustion, we have another process as reduction. So in the matchstick burning, what you saw, when you supply heat, so if you ignore this drying process, we assume that it is dry, but during drying process, you will release some H2O only and dry biomass will be left. So in matchstick, what you saw, initial heat gave the pathway for the pyrolysis. Pyrolysis, you are just heating without application of any air. You get charcoal and tar, and this tar is nothing but your volatiles. So it is also called tar in many literatures. So you will get charcoal and tar, and then you are supplying oxygen and air, or oxygen and air is now available to the tarry gas and the charcoal, and that is what you are getting now, H2O and CO2. So till this point you saw what is the in the matchstick burning. So in the matchstick burning you saw till here, but what we do in the reduction process, what if we supply whatever the CO2 and H2O is coming here, CO2 plus H2O that comes here can react with carbon. So you have two reactions, CO2 plus C will give you 2CO, and C plus H2O will give you H2 plus CO, and this is what is the gasification. So you don't burn the char, you control the combustion of char. And this hot charcoal will react with carbon dioxide and H2O to give you hydrogen and CO. Okay, so this is when you add this step, you typically get a complete gasification process that is sub-stoichiometry. You are not allowing enough combustion of carbon, so your overall globally the stoichiometry reduces to a rich zone, but you supply enough air to combust the volatiles. So volatiles, you need to supply enough air, and in some of the geometry you also burn a partially the charcoal, but you overall objective is to use the charcoal for your reduction reaction. So typically from the reaction perspective, again if you look into, biomass undergoes pyrolysis and subsequently combustion will yield your H2O, hydrogen, CO, CH4, CO2 and N2. So the above process product gas reacts with charcoal. Again, we react with char in the reduction zone, we generate producer gas, and this producer gas is nothing but our fuel gas. So combustion of carbon plus oxygen or volatile plus oxygen may happen. We want to control this. Water gas is carbon plus H2O will give you hydrogen and carbon monoxide, which is our sort of required gas, and this is endothermic. You can see this is a endothermic reaction. Then we have a Bodward reaction, which is carbon plus CO2. This gives us carbon monoxide as a fuel. This is also endothermic. Okay, so these two reactions are endothermic, and this heat of volatile combustion actually drives this reaction so that it becomes self-sustained. So when we want to supply heat for this reduction reaction, we design a reactor so that our this heat is used to sustain this endothermic reaction. And also one reaction which is gas phase reaction. This is gas phase, homogeneous gas phase reaction, carbon monoxide and H2O. They react to produce this hydrogen, further more hydrogen as a gas. And this also is one of the reaction which we want to exploit if we want hydrogen as a product. We will see in the subsequent slide after that. And it is mildly endothermic, not very highly endothermic, but mildly endothermic. So if we look into the system as a whole, this is the downdraft gasification system. So in the downdraft, why downdraft? Because biomass is coming from the top and gas is also getting from the down, and we are taking it out. So that's why it is downdraft. Overall draft direction is downward. We have this drying zone. Then we have this parasol in the drying zone. Your temperature will be in the range of 120 to 150 degrees. And then your pyrolysis zone. So typically from 200 degrees onward, some of the organic molecules start getting disintegrated or degraded by application of heat. That becomes the pyrolysis zone. And then you are drawing the volatiles into a zone where you are supplying air also. Okay. So you are supplying air and you are supplying volatiles, which is nothing but fuel. So volatiles are the carbon hydrogen compounds of different. There will be all more than 200 different hydrocarbon based species which will come into this oxidation zone or combustion zone where it will react with oxygen in the air. Okay, and then we say that oxidation zone is over when our oxygen becomes 0%. So whatever air we are passing, all the volatiles, so we have to sort of design a system so that whatever air we are passing should be good enough to burn only the volatiles, not the leftover charcoal. So whatever the leftover charcoal that comes in the reduction zone, we have this CO2 and H2O reacting with carbon in this reduction zone. So reduction zone, the temperature reduces compared to the oxidation, but because the hot gases are coming down, that hot gases or that is product of the oxidation zone will drive the endothermic reaction in the reduction zone. So this is how we are able to self-sustain the overall gasification process. And a typical open top down drop gasification technology, which was developed by, this is the one of the design layout, which is developed by the IISc. Okay. So here the gas is taken out through, this is the ash scrubber where we remove the dust particle like ash or very small charcoal particle which fly with this gas. This is cyclone separator. We remove that, and then we have two water scrubbers where we inject cold water and it condenses the H2O into the gas as well as some of the condensable volatile or hydrocarbons. So there will be still some of the volatiles which would not have burned, or there will be some higher hydrocarbon which will make and get condensed if you supply it at low temperature. But you don't want that hydrocarbons to condense in this engine system. So you clean and cool it. So it removes higher hydrocarbon as well as the H2O condense, and the clean gas comes, we can use it for heating as well as we can pass it to this engine, and engine will run and you can generate power through it. So that is one of the thing. And when we look into different sort of categories, so there are very different configurations of gasifiers available. So downward gasifier is just what we saw, but it is one of the slow system. This is the gas velocity, and here it is slow, and overall capacity from the dimensions. So this big dimension of the gasifier will be, the capacity will be small, means how many kgs of biomass it can convert to gas. That is what is the capacity. And the gas velocity, how much gas it will produce, or means like what will be the velocity of gas in the system. But when we move into the updraft gasifier system, the air is drawn from the bottom and the gas is taken from the top, and it also oxidizes some of the charcoal also. And here in the gas, we get lot of unconverted hydrocarbon which may get condensed, but it is good for thermal application. So for thermal application, there is no issue with the tar and all which may get condensed. So because it is anyway, it is a fuel also. So the capacity is high. The overall efficiency is also a little high because we don't have to cool the gas. The hot gases will also supply the heat into the thermal application. Then we have this fluidized bed where the very fine particles. So this is also one of the things that here the bigger particle of biomass is used, bigger biomass particles. Okay, and here in this fluidized bed and the enrolled flow, the size of the particles also goes down. So it is small size particles are used in these sort of reactors where it is flowing in the air or floating in the air, and it gets converted. So very small particles of biomass. So the overall conversion process is very fast. So it is capacity becomes large. So because the overall conversion process, if it is small, because it is controlled by the heat transfer also, heat and mass transfer. So if the particle is small, overall heat and mass transfer process becomes very fast compared to the bigger molecules, bigger sort of biomass particles. So we get a very large capacity compared to the downdraft or updraft gasifiers. So when we come to the fuel is a very interesting thing. When if we take any sort of biomass throughout the world, you will see that the overall composition of carbon. So this is carbon, and this is your hydrogen, and this is your oxygen. So overall carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen content, it doesn't vary. Means variation is very small. So that's why the design of the gasification systems become easy in that sense, because you know that your overall carbon content, hydrogen and oxygen content will not be much of a variation. And this is with respect to the dry biomass. With dry biomass, because the more or less the doesn't matter if it is cellulose, lignin, protein, fat, this thing, that thing, all the organic molecules on in general, the biomass, the composition will fall in the very narrow range. So typically biomass used, like this one is the first one is the coconut shell, again a waste, and this is the cut pieces of branches, mostly coming from the energy plantation. Some prefer it, some doesn't prefer it, but yeah, that is also one of the very good fuel. And then this is, you can see, this is the sort of agriculture waste, this one is from the bagasse powders. Bagasse powder can be converted, can be used directly in the fluidized bed, or can be converted to dense pellets using some of the pelletization machine like this. So pelletization and briquetting is used when you are using updraft or downdraft gasifier, because they need bigger particles, because they need bed porosity. So bed porosity is provided only when you have the bigger particles from in between the gas and air can flow. So this densification process is called pelletization and briquetting, and we can convert the loose biomass to this pellets or briquettes. And then this is nothing but your wheat straw. Wheat straw can be converted to briquettes or pellets. And this is, you can see, this is marigold flower. This marigold flower is cut and converted into small pellets. And this is also chicken litter. So chicken litter is also converted into this thing. So chicken litter is also a good fuel, though the ash content and all is high, but this is also a good fuel for it. And we can use pelletization. And coming to the another category of the waste is the refuse derived fuel. In refuse derived fuel, apart from the organic product coming from the biomass source, another thing is the plastic. Okay, so you have cardboard, paper, cloth, which has the origin from the biomass. But another thing that is plastic, but plastic is also hydrogen and carbon. Okay, so nothing but it is also a hydrocarbon that can also be used. So typically plastic is more popular towards pyrolysis, but it can be used for gasification application also. The overall char yield is less, but combined with biomass, it can be done. And in our institute, we are working on this plastic biomass co-gasification. in collaboration with Professor Mahajani from Chemical Engineering Department in IIT Bombay. So we are working, and Professor Mahajani's group has been able to convert almost biomass plastic mixture with 30% plastic. 30% plastic converted to clean gas in such system. So this is the one cooking application, gasifier for cooking application. This is from one of the products from Professor Mahajani's lab, uh, funded by the Tata Center in IIT Bombay. So this particular reactor is the downdraft gasifier, where 30% plastic and 70% biomass has been fed, and it is still giving the very good and clean gas which can be used for cooking application. So in this cooking application, there is a benefit that this is not a smoky chulha. So this will not be unhealthy for the user who is cooking the food. It will not produce black smoke and all those things. It will be as clean as your LPG burners. And another application is the power production. So this is one of the sort of power plant, 1 megawatt power plant, which is connected to grid, developed and designed by ISC Bangalore and installed in, I forgot the place, it's in Tamil Nadu. So they are using the coconut shell. So coconut shell is the sort of a product or the feedstock which is fed into the gasifier, and there is a array of engines, 4 engines of 250 kilowatt each capacity, which produces electricity, and it is supplied to the grid. And overall efficiency of the conversion is around 28%, and most of the efficiency loss in the engine. So overall gasification efficiency for the bigger system, you easily get 75 to 80% conversion efficiency, because it is mostly the chemical conversion. But when it is fed to the engine, we have a major losses. So these are some of the application, power production and the gasification. But another application that we are now exploring from the gasification process is the chemical production. So one of the chemicals that is in the talk nowadays is the hydrogen. So hydrogen production through oxy-steam gasification. So when we look into oxy-steam gasification, we have seen in the earlier slide that we have two reaction, water gas, which is reacts carbon plus H2O. Another is water gas shift reaction, where carbon monoxide reacts with H2O as a gas phase homogeneous reaction. Both we get hydrogen as a fuel. And this carbon monoxide can be converted with further with H2O to produce more hydrogen. Okay. So in this way, if we control rather than providing air, if we produce extra steam, we can get more hydrogen into the system. So one of the drawback of air gasification system is typically it had some animation, but anyway, I'm not going to the slides show more. Again, it may not be visible. So typically a biomass has around 60 to 65 gram of hydrogen in the presence in the biomass as a chemical. So we have around 60-65 grams in the biomass. So, but typically 35 to 40 gram is what we are able to achieve, and rest goes in either in methane or in the form of H2O from the system. So typical composition also when we are using air is 20% hydrogen. Why? Because nitrogen, which takes the bulk, around 45 to 50% of the volume fraction is of the nitrogen only. So when we want hydrogen as a product, we need to look into oxy-steam gasification, where using oxygen, we can eliminate this nitrogen thing. Okay. And rest is when we have this steam as a gasifying agent, we can reduce the limitation of only able to draw 60 grams of hydrogen maximum. Okay. So we can get even more than that. And that is what, so we have been able to get more than 100 grams per kg of biomass. So by increasing the H2O to biomass ratio, okay, so if we increase the H2 to biomass ratio from 0.4 to 2, we have been able to get the yield of hydrogen. This is hydrogen gram per kg of biomass from 66 grams to around 104 grams. So this 66 gram is also having extra hydrogen than what it is present in the biomass. And that extra hydrogen is coming from the steam. So percent of steam coming from hydrogen coming from steam, it increases to almost 48%. So in this particular thing, almost half of the hydrogen is coming from steam. And also, we are able to, one more benefit of the oxysteam process is we can control the H2 to CO ratio. So H2 to CO ratio is typically varying from 1.5 to 3.9 we were able to get. And this is important when we look into the catalytic conversion of this gas. Like I said earlier, that Fischer-Tropsch has developed a process in 40s during Second World War, which can convert carbon monoxide and hydrogen to liquid fuels, and it requires a certain H2 to CO ratio like 2, H2 to CO ratio of around 2 when we want to use uh, iron as a catalyst. So if you want to use cobalt as a catalyst, the requirement for H2 to CO ratio is different. When we want to use this hydrogen to carbon monoxide or this synthetic gas as a fuel or as a gas to convert it to methanol or to any other product, then the variation of this H2 to CO ratio will vary with respect to the requirement of the catalyst process. Okay. So here we have a benefit of the oxysteam gasification. H2 plus CO in the product gas without nitrogen makes the following process possible. We can get a hydrogen production high yield, and separation is also easy because nitrogen is not there, so separation also becomes economical. And it has the ability to produce syngas with varying H2 to CO ratio, which can be used for liquid fuel production like petrol and diesel through FT synthesis, or to methanol production, or through urea production. So these are some of the areas. Researchers are exploring many other areas where a gasification process can be used apart from the conventional power production or for thermal application. Okay, so with this note, I would like to thank you everyone. I hope, yeah, I started a bit late, but yeah, I took a little late. So still we have some time, we can take up some quick questions and I will be happy to answer those. Thank you everyone.
Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
very much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any
Any
question,
question,
participants?
participants? Sir,
Hello, sir.
if
Yeah.
the wood or agro fuel which is degraded along the time, so what can be the reason? Normally, we find that the moisture can be degrading the fuel. Can you answer about this? What can
This
be the
is you
GCV of fuel along the time? What can be the major reason for degradation of the fuel?
degradation of the fuel in the sense, are you talking about the
Wood
pyrolysis based
or
bio oil
the
of the
agro
wood?
fuel?
Okay, lignofuel. So basically, it is the just the degradation because there will be a lot of microorganisms which will still be working on that, and then there is a sort of a many of the reaction which is still going on. So whenever microbe attacks, it will take out energy from that. So when it take out energy, it is in the form of carbon and hydrogen. And typically, if it is a sort of a high lignin thing, only the few groups of fungus that is able to decompose it. But when it is cellulose and hemicellulose, many group of microbes can eat it, whether it is aerobic or anaerobic condition. Even many of the insects like termite and all, they can eat it up. So typically degradation, if you keep a biomass in open, okay, it undergoes sort of not only the weathering process like drying and all, but also it undergoes the attack of different group of microbes, which affects its overall composition, and that composition will affect its calorific value.
So that is a reason when the degraded fuel is kept in open, it gives the foul smell also.
Yeah, foul smell is typically when you are having the anaerobic digestion. So typically, when we see the composting, when composting, what we are seeing that if it is some of the group of anaerobic bacteria, they produce some foul smell compounds. But if you provide enough aeration, so if aeration is proper in your compost, you will not see smell. So if you are having some any biomass, some composting is going on, whether intentional composting to convert the waste into normal soil or fertilizer, or it is uncontrolled or unintentional composting of any waste biomass thrown in the open. So it depends. So if it is good aeration is there, foul smell will not come. But if it is some of the anaerobic bacteria, they produce some chemicals which gives you foul smell.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay,
Any
so
other
any other?
question? Okay. Sir, one question from my side.
Yeah,
Mm, yeah. Sir, it is being seen that for making the transportation fuel, the bioethanol is blended with the petrol. Uh,
yeah,
so, can we, sir, look for the methanol because it is having higher octane number compared to
yeah,
ethanol? So,
yeah.
can we think of that?
Yeah, actually, a lot of researchers are looking into methanol also as a fuel. One benefit with the methanol from the IC engine perspective is also that it doesn't have a carbon-carbon bond. So those people who are into the IC engine field, they must be knowing that a fuel which has carbon-carbon bond, they have a tendency to produce soot during the combustion process. So in the elementary combustion process, especially if there is a rich combustion zone, it has a tendency to produce soot. So, but those fuels which doesn't have the carbon-carbon bond, like methane, the CNG major gas product, that is methane, and the methanol and the DME, they don't have carbon-carbon bond, and they have very good tendency to burn clean without producing soot, especially because they are in the engine. They're sort of burned at a very high temperature. They don't produce soot. So from that perspective, even ethanol has a little bit tendency to produce soot, but methanol is much cleaner than that. But one drawback of methanol is the lower calorific value. So even the ethanol has a lower calorific value compared to petrol, the methanol has much lower. Okay, so that is one of the major reason that it is still in the sort of discussion phase of whether it is good or not. And another sort of point that why it is not getting into the government policy or policymakers focus is because ethanol as a product is very much available as a waste through the waste to energy route from the sugar mills, from bagasse, and all those things. You can actually get ethanol as a at a sort of a in a bigger scale. If you want millions of liters of methanol to have a blend of 5%, 10%, up to 20%, which is government eyeing on, so it is possible, it is feasible. But when we look into methanol, what is the source of methanol? You will have to make it. Even as a product of petroleum refinery, it is not that much of quantity is available. So you have to make it somehow. Then that cost, benefit, and all those things also comes into picture. So that's why it is one of the thing where very less focus is on methanol as a fuel for IC engine. But there is another area where methanol is getting eye is the cooking fuel. So maybe in the Assam only, I think the Assam Oil Corporation or other oil company, they are having a pilot project near Jorhat or Dibrugarh. I forgot the exact place name. So their pilot project is running where the fuel is used methanol. So methanol is being used as a cooking fuel for the domestic use. And the major reason that methanol is a very good in that perspective, that as I said, it is having no carbon-carbon bond. It burns very cleanly, as clean as LPG burner or anything in a laminar burners. Second thing, it is liquid. It is liquid, so it doesn't have that sort of distribution issues. What government has faced a problem in the LPG distribution is even after this uh, Ujjwala scheme, the refilling process is very slow. because LPG distribution is not available in each and every village. You need to have a very good, safety system for storing and distribution of LPG system. So it is a little costly a process. But if you look into the older ration supply chain system, kerosene was available in each and every village throughout India. Because kerosene is a liquid fuel, it is easy to store in any jar, plastic jar, this thing can or metal tin can. So it is easy to store any without much of a safety issue. Any ration shop or other shop owners can sell and distribute it. So that was the process of the kerosene because of its liquid fuel nature, and that is what government is trying to exploit. Methanol being a liquid fuel is a very clean fuel, good fuel, and if we can get it through the gasification process, like coal gasification. So coal gasification is one of the process where government is eyeing that can we convert our coal reserves into a clean fuel that is methanol that can be used for domestic cooking applications. So the distribution network will be very easy, which is already existing for kerosene. Only methanol will get into that process.
Yes, yes. So the government is putting lots of stress nowadays on the municipal waste, so it can
Yeah.
be a source of methanol production. Anyway,
Yeah,
sir, thank you. Thanks a lot, sir.
yeah. Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
yeah, welcome. Thank you, everyone. And maybe I will just take a leave. And it was really nice to give a lecture here and interacting with everyone. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. We'll be having the next session after lunch. That is at 12 from 1:15. We'll be having Dr. B. Ashok from VIT Vellore. He'll speak on biofuels for transport application and EMS calibration for biofuels. So thank you all. We'll join in due time. So, good afternoon to all the participants. For this session, our speaker, sir, is already online. He is ready with the presentation. So, let us welcome our speaker for this session, Dr. B. Ashok, Associate Professor in the School of Mechanical Engineering, VIT Vellore. Sir, a good afternoon, and it's over to you now. Thank you, sir. I may join for a participant. So participants are requested to join quickly.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
So we are having with us Dr. B. Ashok from VIT Vellore campus. So he will speak on biofuels for transport application and its calibration for effective operation in engine management system. So sir, I welcome you once again. You can start.
Actually, my mic is muted till now. Thank you for your introduction. My screen is visible, participants.
Yes, sir, it is.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Sir, shall I start the session or we wait for some more time to participants will join? I guess they are joining. We can start the session.
Yeah, you can start this session.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you very much for your introduction. Myself, Dr. B. Ashok. I am working in School of Mechanical Engineering at Bellore Institute of Technology. So today we are going to discuss about the biofuels, various biofuels for transport application, and how it is being employed for its effective operation in vehicle software and the effective calibration engine management system. So of course, maybe previously a lot of people discussed about various biofuels, about its applicability in the IC engine. And in depth, I will not discuss about any biofuel related thing or things. But rather than that, how can we improve its operation in the engine point of view? That question we are going to cover in slightly more. So, my presentation will be following in this space, like just introduction about the biofuel types and what is the research work which is going in our currently in our lab. So what kind of futuristic biofuels and what is the futuristic of IC engines, and how the biofuels can be employed in the IC engine, and what is the effective way of calibration, what are the types of calibration, and what methodology have to be followed, and what is the future. So all these aspects only we are going to discuss in this session. So first, the introduction. Why first of all biofuel? Of course, we are very much aware about that. Maybe the biofuels are used to replace the current fossil fuel. That is mainly due to the much more dependency about the fossil fuel, and of course the uh, emission point of view. Of course, certain amount of certain type of biofuels will produce the very less or least emission as compared to the fossil fuels. So mainly we will be targeting towards the reduce the oil input. That is the another reason again we will be going for the biofuel as compared to the fossil fuels. So it can improve the atmospheric air quality as compared to the fossil fuel, and it can be more importantly it can be produced from various biological sources or or chemical sources, various other sources can able to use it. And from the waste source also we can able to produce the various biofuels, waste into wealth or what we call biodegradable waste or biomasses also we can able to use. And of course by means of you are planning an appropriate way of biofuel production in a very bigger market like India, we can able to do better rural employment also. So I mean, these are the aspects which makes the biofuel as one of the strong contender or one of the strong replacement for the IC engine application. This can be, as you are aware about that, already in India we have started to blend ethanol in the what you call fuels. A couple of weeks are maybe. So we have already started to use the ethanol so this can be increased in what you call higher ratio or higher rate also. So appropriate to the design modification and as well as operating condition modification engine or the engine map or the engine. Because nowadays we are already running with the BS6 engine norms. So in that case, the appropriate modification also has to be. So to be further development of biodiesels, these biodiesels also plays a vital role in the application. So many countries have been already started to use the biodiesels. Also, for example, Malaysia, they are already started to bring the biodiesels. They are making diesel. So in this, there are varieties of biodiesels are available, like oil, algae, and other areas. In India, we have India sources which can be taken from the cooking oil, waste cooking oil, and some kind of biodiesels like Jetropa, Karanja, Calofenicum. This kind of biofuels or biodiesels can be encouraged or promoted so that the agricultural side can be also be acceptance in this business. So still there is a lot of scope for emphasis towards increasing the trend of using colloquial Karanja biodiesel or ammonia or Jetropa category business. So that way we have the wastelands in the waste areas that are being able to grow this kind of trees and being able to extract the biodiesels. And more importantly, this is waste cooking or waste frying oil also another what you call important aspect that we can right steady towards that also. Getting innovation in India. So if it comes to our lab, or you can say from our research lab, we will be mainly focused. Maybe a couple of last year ago, we have focused towards the development of the usage of biofuels and biodiesels from the colloquial seed. So it has a better or equivalent heating value as compared to the diesel. So we have tried a variety of aspects of improving its output characteristics by varying its varieties of engine operating conditions. The very first study we had done on sequential based. First of all, whenever we need to operate a particular biodiesel engine or any fuel in an engine, the appropriate engine operating parameters of the appropriate engine operating engines has to be set. So in that case, the preliminary studies were carried related to the injection pressure variation, timing, exhaust gas recirculation, similarly injection, split injections, like those things we have tried. And afterwards, one of the main disadvantages were the aluminum diesel or even other biodiesel will find the NOx formations. So these NOx formations can be addressed by means of adding the where it is an antioxidant as added to reduce the NOx emissions. And of course, we have tried with the other nanomolecules and as well as exploration of higher alcohols, also a type of supplement towards the B20 or you can say the alpha. So this will ultimately increase the higher caloric value of the CT number and as well as it increase the pepper stability of the alpha comparison for the effective engine operation. But as an engine output point of view, this biodiesel will provide better output characteristics. If you will see the brake thermal efficiency of a typical this biodiesel will be able to give that near to 30 or 32% as compared to the diesel. So of course the majority of the drawback is combined in this biodiesel is the NOx formation, where you can able to see that as provide plenty of formation as compared to diesel. So this NOx is mainly found due to the higher oxygen uh, viscosity and as well aspects of biodiesel. So this can be addressed by means of AG. So of course it is not like a regular diesel engine. These parameters are interdependable between operating engines and operating factors. So we had varied the various additives and this biomix of using these reformulated techniques where the ethanol or the PhD type of antioxidant has been used to improve the performance, and especially to reduce the NOx emissions. But of course, these are all alone not sufficient or appropriate to counter the NOx value in the biodiesel, or especially the so there is a suitable engine calibration or suitable engine operating conditions has to be implemented. So then again another important biofuel which we had used in our lab is the low viscous fuel, which uses waste membranes or waste like those fuels which has a low viscosity type, the low city. So this is also one of the suitable biofuels which can be used in that. See, even of course in this low viscosity fuels suitable for the SA engine applications of the acid. So these biofuels have the better octane rating, which we have measured in the range of 80.6. So this indicates it has a better scope of usability in the SA engine. But of course, they have very limited resources that the SA engine have equipped ourselves for our laboratory. And now we have explored and of course benefits of using this lemon peel oil in the sea engine better performance characteristics. Ultimately, the penalty of NOx, and mainly the NOx is really one of the important aspects. Like knocking is using the lemon. So there is a key need of an appropriate calibration technique to cater this problem of knocking reduction as well as NOx reduction. So to put together this, of course, even other biofuels also we have to discussed we have used. But ultimately, these two fuels will bring a major better outcomes and still there is a scope of we and of course, as I told, this kind of biodiesels from waste or any kind of non-edible seeds are not effectively implemented only with the help of mass production. So as a research level or as a practical application level, we can able to go with this kind of fuels. But at the end use, there is a need of mass production level aspects. Then only we can able to go with the aspect of the better society. So in that aspects, the better future fields might be hydrogen is one of the important aspects. The problem with the hydrogen usage in the seeing is the safety factor. But other than that, I feel that there's a better right scope on this is also launched the hydrogen related scheme for isolation. So that is another aspect. And of course, all the isolates can be used in sources which can be similar. This ethanol we have already started using. But of course, as compared to ethanol, ethanol has a wide scope for better availability and better production capability. This methanol can be produced from variety aspects like from coal or resources. So there, the methanol usage has to be explored in a way for a future requirements also. And again, by itself using this all the cars, the only problem with the engine aspect is the corrosive. So there is a study which has been opened towards including the corrosive aspects of using this all the cars has to be studied and you can say that particular solution has to be catered including the corrosive using this alcohol. And of course, biodiesels also can able to replace fossil fuels to a certain extent, not in a very wide aspect. But again, depends upon the government commission or how the biomass can be grown on the waste to build set of aspects power and that being and of course another important aspect is that now everyone is moving EV directly rather than the hybridization concept. So now, in my point of view, instead of directly moving towards EV with the immediate effect, so an intermediate solution can be a hybrid solution. So that is another aspect. Hybridization with the help of any kind of alternative in order to cater the possibility. Because directly moving towards the EV in case of heavy commercial vehicles will be a bigger challenge because the problem with the EV is cost mainly and similarly the range.
Sir, your screen is freezed at fifth slide and your sound is with echo.
So, 1 second, sir. Sorry, maybe some network issue. Now I'm in slide number 9.
Okay, yeah, but sound clarity.
Sound clarity. Now it is fine, sir. Now I'm audible fine.
Better, yeah.
Okay. I will move close to the Wi-Fi thing. So now I'm in slide number 9. My slide is visible. Full screen is visible, sir.
Yeah, visible, sir.
Okay. I will try to speak a bit louder, sir. Okay, so basically instead of directly moving towards EV as a current perspective, the intermediate solution will be one of the hybridization. So because of course EV is the final solution as the mainly the industries or government is thought process. But at a stretch, immediately moving towards the EV for a heavy commercial vehicle for a commercial vehicle fleet, it's a bigger challenge because there is a lot of problems, or there are a lot of challenges that are associated with the electric vehicles, like safety point of view. Similarly, recycle or resale value, recycling of the batteries or recycling of the components. That is another important aspect. And authenticated suppliers are not producing the EV right now as an affordable price. If you take it in India, already the electric vehicle market has been increasing in terms of two-wheelers. If you see in the two-wheelers also, there are new players are coming. course, they are bigger players, or even some smaller players also, some startup also. But authenticated OEMs, the outcomes from the authenticated OEMs are still not in effective. So this kind of authenticity is missing in the EV segment. Because everyone has to start to invest in a very new dimension or in a new segment. But instead of directly moving towards the EV, and if you will make an intermediate solution as a hybrid, of course, in a hybrid also it involves the part of the EV components. But my point of view is that we have already better infrastructure in terms of IC engine aspects. So that IC engine aspect infrastructure can be slightly used for certain more period of time by means of using varieties of alternative fuels like alcohols or hydrogen or diesel or something. And slightly we can convert the IC engine into a hybrid aspect. And once we will be able to get a better what I call the infrastructure, OEM point of view, better what I call upscaling in the infrastructure, all those things, industrial investment and everything, then we can directly move towards the EV. And that even hybridization concept can be able to solve the problems related to the range anxiety, the cost wise, and similarly the what I call authenticity of the particular supplies. Because hybridization can be done by the present vehicle itself. There is no need to go for a new suppliers or a new manufacturers. So these are the certain form of future fields or the future directions of the what you call transportation segment, which is in my point of view. But it again depends upon the government subsidy or the government policy and all those aspects. So with this note, as the engine management system will plays a effective or a major role in terms of what we call implementation for the biofuels. And one of the effective implementation is depending upon the calibration. Okay. So the calibration it includes the what we call selecting an appropriate engine operating condition for a variety of biofuel or a particular biofuel or even for diesel or for petrol fuel. So an appropriate EMS calibration process has to be followed for the effective implementation of the biofuel. I feel that still there is a lot of scope or a lot of study can be explored in this possible area for effective implementation of the biofuels. And of course, by means of the effective calibration or the effective engine operating condition alone will not determine the effective usage of the biofuel in the transport application. The mainly one of the another equal importance has to be given to the production side also. Production and what you call supply side also. So that is the another important aspect that biofuels can be used effectively for the transport application. But apart from this, the calibration phase is major. It is nothing but a process of developing an ideal engine operating condition or operating map by tuning the engine parameters using calibration technique. So basically, if you see this calibration process is very tedious and time consuming. And it has to be selected or it has to be followed in a very much appropriate manner.
Screen is freeze. Screen is on 9th.
Okay, so then in that case, if I will go to the slide, full slide, it will be freeze, it seems. Okay, then I will show my slide in the slide mode, readable point. Now I am in slide number 10. Whether my slide is changing, now slide number 11.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, there may be some problem in my word, it seems. Okay, anyhow, I will not go to full slide rather than the what we call I will go in a slideshow or readable. Okay, sorry for distance. Okay, so calibration has wide scope in the aspects of what we call parameter tuning, engine operating condition, and of course design parameters also. Of course, design parameters we can't able to calibrate in a real time or a regular manner, but to the certain aspect, the design parameters also has to be calibrated. So usually we will be done the what you call calculation by means of very wide aspects. But the problem aspect is that we will do the calibration in the individual parameter point. So, for example, only we will be doing the calibration for injection pressure or injection timing or EGR. So that is not an effective way of calibration because individual parameter calibration is not a necessary one nowadays because all parameters are interdependent. All parameters are dependent on each other. So there is a need of multivariate calibration with interaction between one parameters to another. So that is the another important aspect. We need to we are studying only in the individual parameter point of view. Then there is no use of doing the calculations because one parameter is depending on the another parameter. So there is a need of multivariate or interpretable parameters. So by means of using the people using tools or concept of lab on D space or the what we call applications which can be used to test the ECU with the user. But again, it's a big question mark is with the cost of all these modules or interface modules, whatever I have, what are the huge. And for it is not that much affordable in terms of academic research. It is very much big question because these days the cost of the interface models. Uh, that's what there is one of the appropriate model where you can able to go for better. But again, it questions whether the budget or the academic level research can be able to afford. And similarly, by means of using the modeling tools, which can be used in terms of MATLAB or something, this as soon as it software which is developed in March. But this MATLAB is something which can be used from our side. So basically, the engine calibration tasks. So what are the tasks are ultimately followed? So basically, the various operating parameters like injection timing, ignition, time. So all these parameters has to be tuned for the particular operating conditions and as well as the entire operating conditions. So here mainly we need to study the engine for a particular field in a split-based point of view. Like a particular operating condition also we have to study, and for engine operating overall engine operating condition also we have to study. So here the parameterization of algorithms will be a key design. For example, what parameter we need to use for the calculation, or what is the outcome of this calculation, and what is the range for typically for the ideal. And there should be trade-off between a sportiness engine operation and a comfortness engine operation. So we can tune the engine towards a different operating condition or the different output requirement. Like what will be the sportiness? For a sportiness, however, biofuel can be or for a comfort, is providing for better comfort with a better dynamic control how it can be provided. So all these conditions can be done with the help of the effective calibration technique or the calibration task. So ultimately, by doing the calibration, what are the factors which needs to be calibrated, and what are the responses which we will be getting out of this calibration? So, what are the factors? Mainly the what we call injection timing, spark timing, injection duration. So there are a number of factors depending upon the engine which you have chosen. See, for example, right now we are running in a BS6 engine, and if we are using the calibration for a BS2 or BS3, a typical Kirloskar engine. Then there is a bigger question mark that the what I call appropriate analysis or the appropriate outcome we can reach in the problem. Yes. Ultimately, what research we are doing that has to be ultimately useful for the society. And prior to that, first of all, it has to be useful for our research or our what I call publication in terms of our outcomes assessment in terms of publications. Nowadays, again, publication in all those aspects also there's a bigger question mark that many journals when they are visiting like diesel engine papers are no more needed for our journals. But still, there is a lot of scope towards to be improved in a diesel engine. So, but by means of their future vision at all, they will be directly rejecting in that. But in that case, we need to go forward. We need to justify our novelty in such a way that still there is a scope of research there. So that's what we are trying to do. So ultimately, while choosing a particular calibration, what are the factors and responses which we will be selecting as to be choose to effective. So in EMS, basically there are different lookup tables are employed in the CCTS complex device driver software model of the basic software. So such parameters which should be calibrated according to the different engines, different fields, or different vehicle condition, or different environment condition, or different driving factors in the testability in the engine testability as well as in the chassis driving principle. Ultimately, we can say for steady state condition and as well as for the transient conditions. So these lookup tables for injection parameters or spark timing parameters, CGR, all this needs to be calibrated to set it in an appropriate manner. So for this for a particular loading or for a particular operating conditions, so particular what do you call timing or a particular value has to be suited according to the performance emission. So that's what an effective calibration technique will. So, like other than the additional lookup tables also present in the what they call engine management system. If you see for intake management related systems, it consists of cylinder volume and intake valve flow table, air mass flow, cane pressure, and cane pressure. Similarly, for the engine block related system, throttle position present, throttle area present. So if you see the typical engine management system, there will be nearly 100 to 200 lookup tables will be there. These are what are the standard lookup tables are, what are the frequently calibrated lookup tables I have shown in the previous slide. So at least we have the scope for improving that. But if you have the facility towards you can able to access this other lookup tables also means, then in that case your study is more welcome, not more novel also, where you can able to do the more variations in the novelty. So and of course coming to the C engine, similarly as like a C engine, there are some plenty of lookup tables as well associated with the system. So this also needs to be an effective calibration needs to be done. For example, nowadays in the VS6 edition, we have already started to use SCR, selective catalytic reduction. So that SCR also has to be tuned in such a way that we have to provide effective operation. That's really also as a. So what are the tools used in the calibration? What are the tools? So to make calibration task easy, a wide range of efficient tools. There is called as a calibration software, which can be the software. So basically, first of all, if you want to do a calibration, either of these three type of ECU has to be fixed to the engine. So if it is a closed engine or engine management system or engine assembly, you can't able to calibrate anything. They conduct very but ECU is no more fixed. If you can have the open ECU or a semi-open ECU, then in that case you can able to calibrate the particular parameter or any operating parameter. If you have at least semi-open ECU, you can able to play with the calibrating some 10 to 15 parameters. But if you have the open ECU, the entire thing you can able to do. Even you can able to change the software logic or the control logic which is present in the abstraction layer also can be done. So ultimately, that what type of hardware or what type of the electronic controlling which we will be using in our lab or in your lab is a plays a vital role in designing this calibration technique or calibration process. So please be ensured that either you have the open ECU or a semi-open ECU to make sure that calibration test. But of course, the cost of this open ECU is very much huge. The cost of a single ECU will be from around 80 lakhs. But of course, the cost of semi-open ECU is comparatively affordable in terms of what you call academic research. So typical organization process followed is nothing but first we will execute an application plan. And of course, we will there in that case we will follow the range, what range where we can able to go for the particular and accordingly the parameter will be modeled, and according to the parameter model, if the parameter model is okay, then it will the suitability of model will be checked. And if the suitability is not perfect, again we will able to do the calibration in the same range. And again, this process will be keeps on repeating as the model will be obviously. Then finally, we validate the system for the data. So this is the overview of the calibration procedure where we can able to do it in a whatever very wide range. Uh, these aspects were being done in case of engine test, and these are all the aspects which can be done on the chassis dynamic test. So ultimately, in the typical engine management system, both are important. As a steady state calibration and as well as the transit calibration, both are an important. But depending upon the requirement and depending upon the facility available, we can able to go with the chassis, sorry, engine dynamic, I can say steady state testing and control. As of now, in our lab also, we have the ability towards the steady state testing. But it will be good if you look for the transit functions as well. Ultimately, we will be following the standard B model testing, where we will be doing this hardware model. We will be, in this similar design, is at all, we don't have any access towards the what they call PC available. So we have only the aspects related to that we need to work upon the hardware and simulation. So what are the setup which is available with our premises, it is related to the hardware system. In other words, you can able to extend this work by means of developing the software model also, and you can able to compare the effectiveness between these two. So that is also one of. So basically, the reason for performing the hardware setup is that not necessary to go for a direct hardware model is needed. Entire hardware is may not be needed. But whereas in case of in our lab, we have both systems, both engine and as well as the EC, both on the hardware point of view. But again, depending upon the availability of our resource, we can able to extend either one model maybe in our software also we can do. So furthermore, improving the test coverage, increasing the test reproducibility, mainly the test time, or also can be accomplished with other setup. So mainly, what are the open loop or closed loop application, reduction in cost, maybe some complex modeling is required, so automated testing. So all those things aspects will be able to do with the hardware testing. But where we are lacking is that directly we have the hardware. So we are directly doing the hardware testing. But what I feel is that still there is a scope for doing some more activity in the software. So once the depending upon the satisfactory results in the software, then we can able to go with the hardware. So there we have the certain gap in some comparing the results of the software and the hardware experience can be important. So this is a typical what you call the hardware setup simulator. So whichever the ECU is under test, it will be communicated or connected with the real-time simulator. So this real-time simulator can able to give the particular engine output, like a pulse, or whether it will be digital output or analog, whatever. For example, a crankshaft sensor, how it is providing the output in the similar manner, the real-time simulator also can provide. So accordingly, you can able to give the what you call or you can able to calibrate the ECU. Or another aspect is that directly you can able to what you call couple the engine with the help of say the uh, ECU with the help of particular interface. So that is the another part of this. Either of these two ways you can able to work on the what you call calibration task in the particular. But again, depending upon the requirement and depending upon the availability of our setup with us, there we can implement. So, what are the advantages of our? Of course, you can able to have the both workflow certain tests cannot be possible also can be done in this system, automated and aggressive testing. And similarly, by means of MATLAB, we will go with the help of simulator. We can able to change the program of the logic experiment. First. And next comes to the engine bed tuning or the calibration. So basically, for this engine bed tuning or calibration, ultimately we need the what we call the component is the open ECU. Definitely, they should have the at least semi-open ECU there where you can able to change the lookup table values. But if you will have the fully open ECU, there you can able to change the control algorithm, mathematical models. All these parameters of the task can be changed. So to make the calibration task easier, a wide range of vision tools also can be used. For example, I don't want to mention the company name. There are local suppliers also there in order to make this normal easy to be open. But of course, the standard software which can be used by the industries as well, in car or EDAS based systems. Like this includes integrated calibration and validation process. So here it consists of what we call this is a typical info module which will be connected with the ECU under test. And this ECU will be connected towards the engine under the test bed. And this test bed will be controlled by separate controller features. And by means of varying the output, we can able to calibrate the, we can able to what we call acquire the data and as well as calibrate the data with the purpose. So that's what it is integrated calibration and as well as operations of it. Means acquiring the data and as well as you can able to calibrate the data. So that is another important aspect of this. So, but of course, the cost of the system will be very much huge in terms of practical implementations. So these are the typical components of the system. So ultimately, if you want to vary the any parameter in a typical ECU, that has to be interfaced with the PC. So if it is interfaced with the PC, then there is a definitely need of some interface. That interface has to be tracked or interface has to be viewed in the PC in the form of any kind of software also. So that is the ultimate requirement of that. So typical engine calibration setup which we have available in our lab includes the similar way of setup. So we have the NIRA open ECU and it has its own calibration software. And thereby we can able to what they call calibrate the parameter also. Still we have the setup related to the what they call semi-open ECU. But again, if you want to implement what we call the fully open ECU, again the cost of the system. And another important aspect is that actually the setup which are available with us are have the hybridized concept also. So slightly nowadays we are also moving towards the hybrid the hybrid configuration. There we can have the separate motor is associated with the same engine test board. And thereby we can able to convert the normal regular C engine or SA engine into hybrid. And then once we have a very versatile understanding and very what you call aspects. So this is a typical calibration methodology which we will be following for our work. Ultimately, we will have follow the design of experiment plan. Then we will follow the accordingly either a smart surface or any other regression model. So depending upon the number of value, we can able to plot the respective linear value or the interaction between the parameters or the range between the disability approach according to the test load. And the ultimate aim which we will be focusing towards is the flexi map or the flexi engineering there. With the common IC itself, the particular IC itself, it should have the ability or the potential to solve any kind of biofuel. So that is the ultimate future requirement in the aspects of the engineering. So for each and every field, we continue to develop an individual map, the cost will be a year. For each and every field, the number of ECU should not be individual. We will see that instead of going for multiple ECU with the single ECU itself, we should have the capability to operate in a flexi manner. So that is another important aspect. So this is one of the future aspects of the EV's calculation where you can implement the artificial intelligence or any kind of soft computing techniques. Particular operating conditions has to be focused, like fields and optimization or a particular idle condition operation. So all these things has to be still wide scope of the various of this engineering. So we have to do the operations for the efficient or hybrid method. So these are the certain aspects of IC engine, especially the biofuels in terms of what you call it, implementation in the transport application. And of course, there is a bigger question mark which is running in almost many IC engine research is made whether there is a what you call scope for the IC engines there, whether I can continue to work in the IC engine. But in my point of view, still there is a chance of having the life of the IC engine in the future statement. But immediately it would be it is too much too early to take a decision because EV also not making good impact in the market scenario. Still, there is a lot of scope of improvement is there in the IC engines. So in that terms, we have to concentrate in terms of calibration and effective calibration of the different aspects of other fuels as the great scope in the features. So within this short note of the overview of calibration task and in the presentation, if you have any further details, contact me. Now I'm open to discussion. Any doubts? Thank you. Once again, thank you to Dr. Vijay and Agartala give me an opportunity to give my research expertise and research improving this because thank you. So if you have any doubt, I'm ready to.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, please.
So, participants, if any questions, you can ask. Any questions from the participant side? Okay. So it seems no questions. Okay then. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Thank
you.
you for giving us your time. So we look forward for your physical presentation actually in NIT Agartala, presence in NIT Agartala. Because of this pandemic situation, we are restricted. So hope to, yeah.
No problem, sir. Once the situation will find, we will
Yes, yes.
meet.
So thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Dr. Ramadasi from ARAI Pune, Automotive Research Institute in India. So as you know, from Pune. So we'll be waiting for his presentation. So till then, you can have your tea. Thank you. Webinar. So, dear participants, we are having with us Dr. Ramadasi from Automotive Research Institute, Pune. So, welcome, sir. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, sir. So, sir, it's over to you. You can start, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I will share my screen.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, hello. Is the screen is visible? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, visible.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And I'm audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, then we'll
You are
start.
audible.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay then. So good afternoon all. And thanks to Dr. Madhujit Deb for arranging this very important webinar on biomass and bioenergy. The topic for today's presentation is a very, I think, relevant to the present scenario, that is e-mobility, challenges and opportunities. So myself, Sushil Ramdasi, Deputy Director, Powertrain Design at Automotive Research Association of India. So before going into the details of the presentation, let's have a quick overview of the contents. So before entering into the e-mobility, we will see what is the present scenario, what is happening in present powertrain technology, then what is the ecosystem and supply chain related to the existing powertrain, then what is the need for electrification and hybridization. Then we will see what's happening globally, what is the global roadmap for sustainable mobility, and then what are the potential segments for e-mobility from Indian perspectives, like hybrids, fuel cell, electric vehicles. And then we will see, I will explain you a different case studies, how to design electric vehicle, how to develop hybrid electric vehicle, fuel cell electric vehicle, then how to design and develop, just quick overview of electric drives and control systems, power electronics, multi-level inverters, etc., etc. And what are the blended control strategies and its experimental validation. And of course, fuel cell electric vehicle have shifted now. Whatever is there, it's in the sequence. I have shifted. It will come early than in the latter stage. And then finally, we will summarize it. Okay. So this is the overview. So let's start with the main presentation now. So what is the present scenario? Present scenario in terms of present powertrain technology. Okay. Now you know that in India, we started applying Euro norms from year 2000. And we are right now in year 2020. As everybody aware that Government of India has leapfrogged from BS5 emissions norms to from BS4 to BS6. So we have skipped BS5 emission norms. This was a very big jump actually. Okay. So drivers for the powertrain technology for last 20 years, when we started implementing Euro 1 emission norm from year 2000 to today we have Euro 6 2020. There is a huge revolution in conventional powertrain technologies. And why this revolution has happened? Because after every 4 years, there was announcement of new emission norms, Euro 1, Euro 2, Euro 3, Euro 4, now Euro 6. Okay, that has resulted in complete revamping the process of engine design and development. When I say powertrain, it comprises of engines, I say engines, of course, transmission and axles. So that is the whole entire powertrain comprises of. So emission was the major driver for bringing this revolution, followed by expectations on good fuel economy, lower CO2 emission norms. All those things has resulted into high specific power and high torque backup engines. So there was a trend of downsizing and downspeeding. You know that in earlier days, for example, 75 kilowatt engine, the power was generated from a 2 to 2.2 liter engine, 4-cylinder engine. Now to get 75 kilowatt, the engine size is reduced from 2 liter to 1.5 liter. And it can be delivered by a 3-cylinder engine instead of a 4-cylinder. That means the combustion space is reduced. Okay, but you want to get the same power. So this is called as downsizing. So because of downsizing, what happened? The small combustion space, okay, the same fueling and air, that is resulting into what? Increase in pressures and temperatures, which has resulted in what I can say, the efficient combustion that has resulted into improving thermal efficiency and combustion efficiency. This is the effect of downsizing. But what happened? Because of that, the peak firing pressures increased. And that is the reason mechanical loads and thermal loads, they have increased, which has given a problems for NVH, durability, not problems, challenges. Okay. So almost all OEMs in India now are geared up, okay, and they're ready to deliver Euro 6 compatible engines, whether it is a gasoline or diesel engine. But where is the problem? Yes, there is a big problem. Problem is that whatever technology is deployed or employed for meeting these emission norms, there is a huge, what I can say, the contribution of after treatment devices. And this increased usage of after treatment devices has raised the high cost of a product. So today's Euro 6 engines are costlier than Euro 4 engines. So ultimately this cost, ultimately it gets loaded on the vehicle. So the end user has to pay more price for buying Euro 6. Also, because of increased thermal load, mechanical loads, manufacturing processes, material, so everywhere there is a cost implication. And as I said, because of increased thermal load, mechanical loads, the design has to cater reduction in noise and to enhance the durability. So in nutshell, technology is there, but at a cost, increased cost. But in spite of that, still two problems are unanswered, and they are nothing but how to reduce CO2 further. And there is an increase in fossil fuel depletion exponentially. So how to conserve the fuel? So these two problems are still unanswered even with the Euro 6 technology, and hence there is a need to change the technology than the upgrade the technology. So that change has come in the form of electrification. Now, this is just an overview of the glimpse of what ARA, my organization, has aligned ourselves, okay, with global trends, not only in the conventional powertrains, but in the areas of e-mobility. So let's start with how we have equipped ourselves to deliver products and services which are meeting contemporary emission norms. So this is one picture where you can see that these are diesel engines developed from a clean sheet, from a concept, starting from selection of bore and stroke and all that, and meeting the most prevailing emission norms for tractor application. And these engines have been developed for a European customer. This is the overall picture of the products what we developed in last decade for light motor vehicle, light commercial, tractor application, off-road, and passenger car, meeting Euro 6 emission norms. When we say powertrain, as I already mentioned, it's not only engines, but it comes with the transmission also. When we say e-mobility, e-mobility is not only electric vehicle. E-mobility is having a lot of other aspects. Okay, one aspect is a advanced powertrain or advanced transmission technology. So on the screen you can see that it's an automated manual transmission, 7-speed automated manual transmission developed for P3 type hybrid electric vehicle. Then I already mentioned powertrain is engine, transmission, and axles. So here you can see the axles what we developed. This is a live axle again for an off-highway application for a European customer. Okay, so you can see that in conventional powertrain technology, we are now at par and contemporary with the products offered in Europe, in Far East, or in USA. Okay. Conventional powertrain technology is there for almost more than 100 years. There is a piston, there is a cylinder, there is a valve train. So there is a manufacturing industry associated with this. And this manufacturing industry is also there for more than 100 years. So here you can see that when we design an engine, we need to develop first its prototype and then serial production. So we have established a complete ecosystem and supply chain with the help of vendors within India, outside India. So you can see the complete parts, okay, that makes a complete engine. Same thing on transmission front, axle front. Then, when we say conventional powertrain, its ecosystem and supply chain system is incomplete without mentioning the contribution of fuel injection system, whether it is inline, whether it is rotary, or whether it is a CRDI system. Then air handling system, turbocharger, single turbocharger, two-stage turbocharger, VANT, VGT, etc. And very, very important is the after-treatment devices, diesel oxidation catalyst, diesel particulate filters, okay? Then SCR, selective catalytic reduction for NOx, lean NOx catalyst, etc., etc. So what the message or what the takeaway of whatever you have seen? The conventional powertrain is a well-established system in terms of design know-how, development know-how, manufacturing know-how, vendors know-how, and its ecosystem. And suddenly if you say that from tomorrow means maybe after 1 year or 2 years, all vehicles should be electric. It is a disruption. Okay, what will happen, okay, to the ecosystem and supply chain developed over so many years? What will happen to those industries, what I have mentioned to you? Okay, so these are the main challenges when you are transforming from conventional mobility to e-mobility. When you are transforming from conventional to e-mobility, you have to take care of the present stakeholders into this entire system. Okay, so that is the takeaway from whatever discussion you had, and at least you have got some overview or an idea of what ARAI, Automotive Research Association of India, which is a nodal agency of Government of India in the field of research and development and certification and testing. Okay. Now, our real topic starts about the e-mobility. Why electrification is required or hybridization is required? As I mentioned, the conventional fuels or fossil fuels, they are depleting exponentially. Okay, then that means the reserves are limited. Then whatever crude oil we are getting, we are importing it. So our import crude oil bill is very huge, as you are aware of that. Second, with Euro 6 technology, the CO2 emissions per grams per kilometer, we can able to reduce up to 130 grams per kilometer. Up to. But in order to reduce the global warming effect and greenhouse gas effect, India has signed the Paris Agreement, like other countries, that by 2030, we should be in the position to reduce the temperature by 1 to 1.5 degrees centigrade. Those countries should deploy those technologies which will contribute in this reduction. That means you have to reduce CO2, because CO2 is that gas because of which there is a global warming. That means the CO2 has to be reduced from 130 to below 50 grams per kilometer, which is a very wide gap. At least to start with, European countries, they have kept target of less than 99 grams per kilometer. So all these things, they are calling for a change in technology, and that change has come in the form of upgradation in the technology. And that upgradation in technology, the change in technology is in the form of e-mobility. And when we say e-mobility, it comes in three parts. First, hybrid electric vehicle, fuel cell electric vehicle, and advanced transmissions supporting this mobility options. A very, very important slide in front of you. It's a global roadmap. You can see that it is from year 2000 till 2050. The encouraging thing is that IC engines will be there till 2050, but they will be in the form of hybrids, micro, mild, full hybrid, plug-in hybrid. You know hybrid. There are two power plants. One is engine and one is electric motor. So using these two power plants, you can operate the vehicle. Okay, and while operating that vehicle, always your engine and motor will operate in the best efficiency zone. That's the idea of hybrid electric vehicle. But from year 2030 onwards, you can see that there will be a rise in fuel cell technology. Okay, basically fuel cell is nothing but an electric vehicle. So in order to overcome the challenges of battery, its range, and its charging infrastructure, there is a fuel cell on board which uses hydrogen as a fuel and generates electricity, and that electricity used to charge the battery, so you can get 80% range extension, 80 and above. And of course, EVs, right now they are a niche, but they will continue to dominate. In future, by 2050, you will see 98% of the vehicles will be EVs, hybrids, and fuel cells. Pure IC engine vehicles you cannot see. So from Indian perspective, what we think, passenger cars, whatever are there, they are good candidate for hybrid electric vehicle, like Toyota Prius. But that is a very costly. So you can deploy a technology which will give you 20% fuel economy. Toyota Prius gives you 35%. But in India, you can limit it to 20% from cost perspective. Bus application. Electric vehicles are good candidates for within city. that we call it as an intracity bus. But between two cities, if you want to drive electric bus, you require a very huge battery and charging infrastructure. Avoid that. You can have a fuel cell on board. So for heavy commercial vehicles, fuel cell electric vehicle, whether it is a bus or truck, it is going to dominate. And what is left out? Three-wheelers. Best way to start with electric vehicles. Or go for a range extender hybrid kind of thing. Or go with a fuel cell electric vehicle. But for light commercial vehicle and small commercial vehicle, because they operate between two cities as well as they operate within city. So instead of series hybrid, full parallel hybrid, low cost is the good option. Okay. So four different options are in front of us: pure IC engine, pure EV, hybrid, and fuel cell electric vehicle. So let's start looking into each technology. I have already explained you conventional powertrain, where are we? And everybody is aware how to design IC engine, how to design a conventional transmission. Now let's give our attention on how to design an electric vehicle. This was one case study where existing 5-speed manual transmission based diesel vehicle we converted into the electric vehicle. Okay. So before entering into the details of the electric vehicles, you should be very clear about the power and torque characteristic of electric vehicles. As everybody might be aware how the power and torque characteristic of IC engine looks like. Okay. You can see that the beauty of electric drive or electric motor is that it offers a flat torque characteristic or a wide range of speed. So even practically at near around zero speed, you got a very high speed, very high torque. So that is the reason electric drives are very widely used with a single speed transmission ratio rather than going for a multi-speed transmission ratio. The reason is that you have got a flat torque. But when we say torque versus speed, there is another curve that is called as a power versus speed. So you can see that up to certain speed, the torque is flat and the torque is dropping. Okay, and if you convert this graph into the power characteristic, you can see that after that base speed, from where the torque has been dropped, the power is constant. Okay, so this is the main reason of flat torque and flat power. You can eliminate use of multi-speed transmission. There is no need to go for 5-speed, 6-speed transmission. You can go with either single speed or 2-speed transmission. Okay. So here, the conventional powertrain 5-speed IC engine vehicle performance you can see on the left hand side. And then we remove the IC engine and we put the motor power torque characteristic which I have shown you instead of IC engine. But gearbox remains same. Same 5 ratios. You can see over here. These are the gearbox ratios which are used in electric vehicles. They are exactly same as that of the IC engine. Only difference is change in power torque characteristic. But with that also, you can see that in different years, first, second, third, fourth, okay, how the velocity you have achieved over here. So this is with IC engine and this is with electric. So in short, whatever power torque characteristic we have selected for motor is giving the same performance in terms of velocity in different years as well as acceleration in different years. So this is how the IC engine torque curve looks like and this is a flat torque what I mentioned for the electric drive. So that is the difference between the conventional torque and the electric torque. So this is how the acceleration in different gears, as I mentioned, looks like, but gear ratios are same. Then we optimized it with a 2-speed gearbox. So we removed the engine, we put the motor with that curve I have shown. These are the original gear ratios, 5 gear ratios, but now we have reduced to 2 gear ratios here where the cursor is there, are 3 and 0.9 gear ratio. Only 2 gears, 3 and 0.9 gear ratio. Here you have 5 gear ratios. Even with that, you can see that the max velocity 125 and 135. And acceleration with 5 speeds and acceleration with 2 speeds. Summary is that similar performance of IC engine driven 5-speed gearbox can be achieved with electric vehicle but with a 2-speed gearbox. And with that concept, we developed this electric vehicle. So you can see that the specifications of this electric vehicle, basically its motor is a 15 kilowatt. When I say 15 kilowatt, it's a rated power. Okay. Then after motor, another important aspect of electric vehicle is a battery. Which type of battery? Lithium ion. What type of battery capacity? 72 volt. What is the specification of battery? Battery specifications for electric vehicles is given by 2 numbers. One is called as ampere hour and one is kilowatt hour. Ampere hour shows that within 1 hour, if means ampere hour, it's for example 150 ampere hour. That means if I draw 150 ampere, the battery will discharge in 1 hour. However, kilowatt hour shows the energy density. It is like what I can say, the capacity of a battery. Okay. So these 2 terminologies and battery voltage is very, very important while defining the electric vehicle specifications. So in one charge, this vehicle goes 120 kilometer range. On the left hand side, you can see the complete product tool chain which is used to design this electric vehicle. Now, we'll move on to a second powertrain, hybrid electric vehicle. Actually and ideally, this is the right approach and solution from Indian perspective. Before directly jumping from IC engine to the electric vehicle, we should go with this route. What is that? Basically, hybrid electric vehicle is having 2 power plants, IC engine and 1 electric motor. Before going into A, I will explain B, which is called as a parallel hybrid electric vehicle. Why? Because it justifies the definition of hybrid. You see, there is IC engine, which is taking fuel as an input and delivering torque, which is a mechanical torque. Similarly, there is another energy source, and that is a battery. Electric motor takes that battery power through the power electronics, because battery is DC and motor is most probably 99% cases is a AC. So conversion of that DC into AC is taken care by power converter. So this 3-phase induction motor generates a torque, which is a mechanical. So IC engine mechanical torque, electric motor mechanical torque gets added. Okay, and then that becomes an input to the transmission. So you can have pure IC engine torque, you can have pure electric motor torque, or you can have a combined torque. That is nothing but a hybrid. So this is called as a parallel hybrid. So in parallel hybrid, the wheels will get always a mechanical torque, okay, delivered by either engine or electric motor. Okay. Now come to the series hybrid. I'm going to explain this two only because of the time constraint. Basically, series hybrid is nothing but the electric vehicle only. You have a battery, okay. So actually, there has to be one arrow from here to here. So let's forget this generator also. So take one arrow like cursor, join it over here. Battery, power converter, electric motor, similar to this. Okay. But on top of that, if we have a generator which is driven by IC engine, IC engine will drive generator, and that generator will charge the battery as well as it will give power to the motor. If the battery is fully charged, then generator will be switched off, battery will deliver the power. So in any case, the wheels are not going to get mechanical torque from IC engine directly. It is always either from battery or from generator. That means always the wheels will get torque from electric motor. However, in case of parallel hybrid, it may get either from motor, either from IC engine, or both directly. This architecture, series hybrid, I said, basically it's an electric vehicle, but you have only onboard charger. It's good for a city driving cycle, start-stop, where the IC engine efficiency is poor in city operations. So this is a very good option for city application. But the moment you take this vehicle on highways between two cities, city A to city B, efficiency of the system drops. Reason? There is a 2 times energy conversion here. Fuel energy into mechanical energy into electrical energy into again mechanical energy through motor. So those losses increases at high speeds and high loads. It's a bad option for intercity operation. Full parallel hybrid is a very good option within city and between two cities. That's why this full parallel hybrid you will find mostly in passenger car or limited to light commercial vehicles, small commercial vehicles. However, the buses which are running within cities, there is hybrid is the best. So this is one exercise what ARA has done. ARA took one vehicle, small commercial vehicle, and converted it into a full parallel hybrid electric vehicle. So the best vehicle is a small commercial vehicle which is similar to your Ashok Leyland, those Tata Ace, something like that, which is a very popular vehicle. That vehicle is having 3-cylinder engine, diesel engine, 45 kilowatt. So we decided to convert it into a full parallel hybrid electric vehicle. So when we have a 45 kilowatt IC engine, we did several iterations and finally decided to use a 30 kilowatt induction motor. See, you have two power plants now. One is 30 kilowatt induction motor, which is electric power plant, and you have one now 45 kilowatt IC engine. So this is the entire hybrid electric vehicle development process. I will not go into those details, but only thing I want to show, we have gone with a P3 kind of architecture. What is P3? You can see that there is a IC engine, there is a conventional transmission. But at the end of main transmission, electric motor is connected. at the end of transmission, the shaft which is connecting to the differential is getting input from IC engine, but an add-on torque from the electric motor. This is the best and efficient architecture which requires minimum modifications. You have to just add on one electric motor with one single speed reduction at the end of the main transmission. This is how a P3 hybrid electric vehicle has been developed. Now, when we say hybrid, you are keeping IC engine, transmission, rear axle, everything same. But add on, you have electric motor, battery, power converter, or electronics. So for that, you have to find the space first. This is called as a package investigation study. Actually, this should be the start point for anybody. Okay, so you can see that from the existing vehicle, we have identified those volumes, empty volumes, where you can keep your electric drive components, high voltage system and low voltage system components. Okay, then you have to design a control strategy. What is that control strategy? Now you have two power points, 35 kilowatt induction motor, 40 kilowatt IC engine. So when the engine is off, okay, it should start with pure electric vehicle mode. Then it will run with pure electric mode up to 30 km per hour. Okay, that is called as a pure EV mode. Means electric motor start, pure electric drive up to 30 km per hour. Then between 30 to 60 km per hour, electric motor will be off. It will run in pure IC engine mode. Because in this zone, IC engines gives the best efficiency. And between 60 km per hour to the max velocity, that is 90 km per hour, it is a hybrid mode or booster mode, where you will get power from electric as well as IC engine. Part of the IC power is replaced by electric motor. And when you are using electric mode, battery is going to deplete. The battery need to be charged. In that condition, pure IC engine mode will deliver power to the wheels as well as it will drive the motor in generator mode to charge the battery. And this is how the advantage of hybrid electric vehicle is that it doesn't require any charging, external charging. No need of charging infrastructure. So when to operate in pure EV, when to operate in pure IC engine, when to operate in both, when to charge the battery, these modes, these all operations, we have to write a software, we have to write a control algorithm, and that is called as a supervisory controller. And this is the reason development of hybrid electric vehicle is a very complex and costly. Also, you have to add torque, electric torque and mechanical torque. The transmission becomes complicated. This graph will show you the operation of hybrid electric vehicle. You can see that these orange colors, these are engine, torque and speed operating mode. This is speed, this is torque. So when a vehicle driving new European driving cycle, you know that there are standard velocity versus time profile. When you are negotiating, then engine delivers these torque and speed operating modes. But with hybrid electric vehicle, you can see that those number of operating orange points have been reduced to this black. Okay, and those have been replaced by the electric motor. And whatever remaining black operating points are there now, they are shifted towards the full load torque so that they operates in the best BSFC zone. With that, we got 24% fuel economy improvement. I already mentioned Toyota Prius gives 35%. We got 24%, but with a very simple P3 kind of architecture with least modifications. And that's why we call it as a what? Low cost full parallel hybrid. And for that, we have used the induction motor. And this induction motor is a lightweight induction motor where we have used aluminum rotor, okay, to reduce the weight. So this is an opportunity. When we have seen the challenges, now this is another opportunity from Indian perspective to design and develop the electric drive related components, indigenization of the components. At this moment, batteries, motors, motor control softwares, battery management system, power electronics, everything comes from outside. Okay, everything is imported. So there is an immense opportunity to focus our R&D, to change our academic curriculum in line with those subjects what I mentioned. For those who are working in the areas of mobility sector. Okay. So you can see that hybrid electric vehicle development program is not just one engineering disciplinary program. It covers mechanical engineering, covers electrical engineering, motors. It covers electronics, power converter, conversion of DC into AC. I have explained you the software which is used for different modes, EV mode, ICE mode, which requires embedded systems, sensor technology. Finally, battery, that is nothing but a chemistry. So it's an integration of all blends of engineering branches. So the only person who is expert or he's from mechanical engineering, he cannot say that I will only focus on mechanical engineering when he's working on hybrids. No. You should have at least some knowledge of, basic knowledge of motors or electronics and vice versa. Now, the third area, which is the most futuristic area, that is called as the fuel cell electric vehicle. I have already mentioned there are some challenges related to the electric vehicles. What are the challenges? Range, battery range, how much kilometers I can get in one charge. And once that range is over, battery depleted, where I will get the charging infrastructure. Second. Third, after every 5 years, I have to replace the battery. Life of the battery is 5 years. You know the cost of electric vehicle, if it is X, then 50% to 60% cost is of electric battery. You can see the capex which incurs after every 5 years. Okay, so these are all challenges with the present battery system. But those challenges can be addressed if those vehicles are 3-wheelers, 2-wheelers, or within city operating buses. So you can provide charging, limited charging infrastructure, battery swapping. Okay, and size of the battery is less in case of 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, passenger vehicles. But if you go for a bus application, whether it is intercity or intracity, size of the battery, cost and weight of the battery goes very high. And secondly, the buses, they have to travel maybe 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers, 500 kilometers. In a one single charge to get 200 kilometers or 300 kilometers is difficult. And even if there are charging infrastructures, minimum 3 to 4 hours for charging the battery. Okay, so there has to be some solution for that. And that solution is in the form of fuel cells. So what is the fuel cell? A very simple figure in front of you. See where the cursor is, it's a thin polymer film of 30 micron thickness. 30 micron like hair thickness. On left hand side, there is a platinum. On right hand side, there is a platinum. Now, the left hand side is exposed to hydrogen and right hand side is exposed to oxygen. What will happen? When the hydrogen will come in contact with the platinum, hydrogen is having one proton and one electron. So because of this reaction, electron is released. It goes, there is a wire. Then it goes to the load. It may be a lamp or electric motor, and then it comes again to cathode. However, whatever hydrogen is there, electron is removed. So what is left out? Only proton. So it becomes positive ion, H plus. So that H plus ion transfers through this membrane. It's a polymer film. That's why it is called as proton exchange membrane. Proton is nothing but ion, H plus. So that H plus when comes to the cathode, it finds electron coming from load and oxygen. All these three combines with each other, heat is generated and water is formed. Though it sounds very simple, this is the most expensive and costly technology at this moment in mobility sector. Reason? Only two reasons. Cost of this polymer membrane and cost of the catalyst, which is a platinum. That's two makes the economics worst. Advantages I have already mentioned. On board, you have a fuel cell. That fuel cell will charge the battery when the vehicle is running. No need to, depending on the charging infrastructure. You have the sufficient extended range. Of course, the second question will be in your mind from where the hydrogen will come. That we will see later. So you get range, you get rid of the charging infrastructure. You can go with a compact battery. No need to go with a large battery, no? Because you have already fuel cell. And since your range is extended, three-wheeler owners, for example, or light commercial vehicle owners, they don't have to go into queue for charging for 3-4 hours. So they can get add-on business hours. And this is how they can earn more. And then whatever capex is more because of the fuel cell, okay, that can be compensated. So again, what are the opportunities when you are transforming from EV to FCEV? First transformation we have seen powertrain conventional to EV. Then we have seen hybrid electric vehicle. Now EV to FCEV. I will not go into these details, but just to summarize. First of all, you have to decide how much range extension you want. You have base electric vehicle is giving 80 kilometers in single charge. You have to decide, I want 160, 140 or 150. Once that is done, then from where it will come? By charging on board. And that onboard charging means fuel cell. So what should be the fuel cell kilowatt rating? What should be the hydrogen storage capacity on board so that I will get double range? We call it as a stack and balance of plant sizing. Balance of plant means, I already mentioned in the previous figure, what picture you are seeing is a cell, single cell. So you have so many cells in series and parallel to make one stack, like a battery. On anode side, you are supplying hydrogen. When you are supplying hydrogen, hydrogen need to be stored at a very high pressure, 200 bar, 300 bar. So you require a hydrogen cylinder. So that 200 bar, 300 bar hydrogen, you have to brought down to 2 bar. There is a reduction in the hydrogen. So you require a pressure regulators in between. So hydrogen cylinder, then control valve, safety valve, relief valve, pressure regulators, high pressure pipes, low pressure pipes. They are called as a balance of plant on anode side. On cathode side, you require air. You want oxygen. So you require a blower or pump. Then whatever air is sucked by that pump, it needs to be pressurized by a supercharger. And then that pressurized air is supplied to the cathode. But when the air is coming to cathode, whatever water is formed in the process, some part of that water is injected into the air. And that we call it as a humidification. So you require a humidifier. Why? That water gives some wetness to this membrane. And because of that wetness, H plus ion transfers effectively. So always you have to maintain certain humidity in this membrane. So pump, supercharger, humidifier, they are called as a balance of plant on cathode side. So that's why I said, what is the stack and balance of plant sizing to get the desired range? It is done through a software simulation process that is called as MIL, SIL, PIL, CIL, HIL, etc. Then there is an opportunity to manufacture that stack. You should get polymer film, catalyst, gas diffusion layers, bipolar plates. This is how you can create a single cell. And so many number of cells you can put it in series and parallel to make a stack out of it. Okay. There are two types of fuel cells. One is called as proton exchange membrane and second one is called as a solid oxide based fuel cell. You can work on improving the transient performance of fuel cell. You know that fuel cells are good in steady state. But if the vehicle is accelerating, the current required for acceleration is provided by a battery. Okay, that time fuel cell will give only a steady power. Always fuel cell will give a steady state power. But if you improve the transient performance, means during acceleration, then your dependency on battery can be reduced. Okay, so your cost of the final product will be less. Then design of humidifier, blower, supercharger, hydrogen storage tank, enough opportunities are there. So in short, what I want to say, whatever ecosystem and supply chain was there for conventional powertrain, casting industry, forging industry, sheet metal industry, machining industry, they can divert or they can expand their present portfolio into those areas. So this is an additional avenue, business avenues from e-mobility. Powertrain architectures go for an e-axle kind of thing or 2-3 speed automated manual transmission. There is a huge scope for hydrogen generation and storage solutions. So these are all opportunities. So on one side, we have seen the challenges of the battery, but all the challenges can be addressed by using fuel cell technology, and that creates an opportunity. This is one part, but at the same time, even in pure electric vehicles, you have ample of opportunity to go for design of electric drives, induction motors, PMSN, BLDC, power electronics, controllers. Okay, your own technology, R&D, then manufacturing, assembly, testing. Okay, so this is how the transformation has to be done in a smooth way. It should not act as a disruption. This is one example. We have developed 3 buses in collaboration with University of Delaware in United States. Okay, it's a fuel cell electric vehicle which gives 90% range. Okay, so you can see that basically this is a battery operated electric vehicle, but on board you have fuel cell. to charge the batteries. Though it looks simple, it's a very complex architecture. This is how the simulation I mentioned, how to decide sizing of fuel cell, design of the balance of plant through model in loop, hardware in loop, simulation routes. Yeah. I will not go into the design aspects because of the time constraint. Just go through this list. Only in fuel cells, so many areas for doing research, for doing PhD, postdoc, UG and postgraduate level projects. Catalyst, membranes, balance of plant, battery, flow field, gas diffusion layer, hydrogen production storage, system level analysis. So many projects you can generate. And this is how you can have a lot of opportunities. Balance of plant. You can see all these products you can design and develop and manufacture. A lot of companies are approaching to us to help in designing those products. Hydrogen generation, very important topic. From where the hydrogen will come? Hydrogen will come from reformation process. Conventional reformation process is reformation of a CNG. But instead of that now, there is a huge opportunity. Use bio-CNG or biomethane from bio-waste and generate hydrogen out of this. Ample of bio-waste is available. Create hydrogen. And that is the best solution from Indian perspective. Electrolysis is exactly opposite that of the fuel cell. Everybody has learned this. There is a one anode cathode. Okay. And then you use electricity. Okay. And there is an electrolyte and which generates hydrogen and oxygen at respective electrodes. This is how the hydrogen can be generated. But from where the electricity will come? If it is from renewables, then only electrolysis is efficient. But the electrolyzer itself is using platinum catalyst. It's very expensive. There are three types of electrolyzers like PEM fuel cells, PEM electrolyzers, alkaline and solid oxide electrolyzers. I will not go into those details. This is important. What I mentioned from a bio-waste. Use algae kind of the bio-waste, green algae, which is having cyanobacteria, and in presence of sun and water, it creates hydrogen. This is another way. This is not a reformation process, but this is another technique of generation of the hydrogen. It is called as a photobiological water splitting. So in short, to summarize, you have seen CNG reformation, bio-CNG reformation, electrolysis, and through photobiological, out of which bio-CNG reformation is the best from Indian perspective. Another challenge, hydrogen is a very light. Its storage efficiency is hardly 6%. Means to store 6 kg of hydrogen, you require 100 kg of cylinder. Okay. Now the bus what I mentioned, I have shown you in previous slide. Just go through it. You can see that the fuel cell is of 20 kilowatt. However, the bus is having 130 kilowatt induction motor. The battery is big, but the 20 kilowatt fuel cell is used to charge the battery, and with that practically 90% range, 290 kilometer they have got. So in one charge 290, but for that you require 12 kg hydrogen. That 12 kg hydrogen is stored at 350 bar. On the top you can see the cylinders are there. To store 12.8 kg at 300 bar, you require a very rugged and solid and rigid kind of design, and that is another area from Indian perspective to design aluminium composite kind of storage system. Type 3 and Type 4, PESO approved. Very expensive technology, imported technology. Lot of opportunities for indigenization of that technology. Okay, so you have ample of opportunities in designing of the induction motor control algorithms. So a lot of mathematics, control strategies such as direct torque control, field orientation control, all those controllers, they mostly comes from Curtis, TM4, not a single Indian company. Okay, but those controllers we have developed in-house at ARI. Use multi-level inverters. You can see that if there are any electronics engineer, they can understand this. Conventional inverter is a three voltage levels. Harmonic distortion is 19%. But with you, if you increase the voltage levels, the output of the inverter will become sinusoidal. With 3 level, it becomes square. The square wave you convert into a sinusoidal wave. And this is a single phase. This is how 3 phases you have to supply. So this gives reduction in the total harmonic distortion, which improves the active current. So current lost in heat is minimized with this. This is the experimental validation of multi-level inverter at ARA. And I already mentioned, go with the efficient architecture. If you are designing an electric vehicle, existing mechanical vehicles also can be converted into the electric vehicles through a retrofitment route. For example, you have a bus. Remove engine, remove transmission, remove propeller shaft, remove rear axle. And you can use like this, or like this. As a retrofitment kit, just put it. It's called as an EX. You can see, I will explain with this. You have 2 different motors. So there is no differential. These are all spur gears. The complex differential gears are eliminated. So the differential action is performed by 2 different motors to offer different speed during turning conditions. Okay. Or you can have a single motor connected over here. All power electronics, cooling, focused on this, like this. It's called as a power distribution unit. Advantage of this system that everything is focused on the axle, all remaining bus is empty, then you can put a fuel cell system. Okay, that is the advantage. Use, instead of single speed, 2-speed or 3-speed transmissions to improve the current consumption by 4 to 5, 8 to 10%. This is the advantage. Initially we said we have eliminated multi-speed transmission, we went single speed. That's fine. But in case of heavy commercial vehicles, single speed transmission is not suffice. Plus, using 2-speed or 3-speed, efficiency map becomes wider. You can operate motor in different efficiencies, which improves the current consumption, which will go for a lower cost of the battery, weight of the battery. This is the automated manual transmission kit, complete software we have developed at ARA. There is another area, when you generate the softwares, you can test it using a technique called as hardware in-loop simulation techniques. So there is a separate, I can say, it's a separate opportunity and it's a separate avenue for mechanical engineers, control system engineers, embedded and electronics engineer to test the softwares, okay, before deploying in the real time or real usage. Okay, you can test it with these different techniques. So this is the last slide of my presentation now. So just to summarize, I will just read few points. Summary is like this. Let's start with hybrid electric vehicle first, instead of going with the electric vehicle. Develop those hybrid electric vehicles, which will give you 20%, 24% fuel economy. No need to go for a very complex architectures like Toyota Prius. Then it will give some time further for increasing the penetration of battery, motor, controllers. Plus, it will give more time for research to become technology more mature, cost effective. Then you switch over to the electric vehicle. And once that is done, parallel you start working on fuel cell technology. Try to reduce the cost of the fuel cell technology. Work on reduction in platinum content. Work on more durable membranes. You can think of using solid oxide based fuel cell, where you can use CNG, ethanol, methanol as a fuel and generate hydrogen on board. It is expensive at this moment. And go for efficient architectures like e-axles or two-speed AMT kind of thing. And while doing this, generate ecosystem and supply chain, which creates a new business avenues, which will help you for a smooth transition and transformation from conventional powertrain to the e-mobility, so that the e-mobility will not become a disruption. It will be a smooth transition, giving wide, ample of opportunities for R&D institute, educational institute, and n number of business opportunities. It will pave, what I can say, the foundation for indigenization of the technology which we are importing at present. And this is how we can become self-sufficient. As our Prime Minister says, Atmanirbhar. So under that category, e-mobility is having huge and wider perspectives and potential. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So it was really an interesting session, and I think the participants have enjoyed it. So yeah, it is now open to the participants. If you have any questions, sir is there. Please.
Or what you can do, the participants can give pass on their questions to Dr. Deb, and then he can mail it to me. That's also fine for me.
Yeah. Sir, one question.
Yeah.
Sir, why we are not thinking of the hybrid two-wheeler, sir?
In area, we have developed one hybrid electric two-wheeler.
Okay.
But thing is that whether it is two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler, hybrid is a complex technology.
Yes.
Rather than complex, it's a costly technology.
Yeah, that is the main thing, sir.
And that's why people are preferring to go with electrification route, electric vehicle route.
Yes. And sir, in India right now, what the economic status, maybe most of the people cannot afford that electric vehicles due to high prices. Yeah. And we don't have so much of charging stations also.
Correct.
So I think in due time it will be overcome.
Sure. Yeah, you are right.
Yes. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And we look forward for your physical presence when the pandemic situation will over.
Sure. So I'll be very happy to visit a very beautiful place.
Actually, sir, academic needs the people like you. So desperately looking for the academic institute, rightly like IITs and NITs. Needs your experience.
Yeah. I'm happy to extend my support. Thank you very much. Thanks to all participants and thanks to Dr. Deb. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.